Okay.
Yeah.
And
All right.
We're live.
New conversation.
Yeah.
New conversation.
What are
Don't
new-
see you online yet. Oh, I'm not.
I see myself online. I think. Even though I don't see the Twitch chat.
Looking
Looking for chat in all the wrong places. Looking for chat in too many faces. I think I have a career in country music, streaming.
for.
Okay, so I'm not getting anything on Restream.
One sec.
So I'm seeing no chat here.
I mean, people might just not be talking. I'm not logged in yet. New computer.
Hello, Buttercrunch. All right. I guess I should launch ZBrush. Isn't that what the stream's about? Okay, we can hide that because no one needs to see that. We can launch ZBrush. I think I downloaded 21.6.2. I thought it was going to be very clever, and I bought some beef jerky for tonight. It's very spicy. I feel like that Subaru commercial where it's like, oh, but look, I am Pablo Munez Gomez again.
Oh.
I know, pretty exciting, huh? I sometimes wish I was Pablo. He has his act together. All right. It looks like the user interface is doing okay at this scale. This is the first time I've opened this with this user interface. All right, looks like everybody's here. I did download a few of the other new plugins to start playing with because some of them are good. All right, so it is themey streamy, I guess. So we're going to make something Celtic mythology. Everyone's doing leprechauns, so I'm debating doing a leprechaun. I guess we could just do a leprechaun.
I mean, if you get inspired during the
focus.
process, you can switch.
Is that a...
Well, your Lincoln's pretty close to Leprechaun already.
Is my stream really horribly laggy to you, or is that just me?
No.
Or is the image clear?
Yeah, looks good.
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. On mine up here, it looks like a used bucket O. Refresh, see if that fixes it. All right, you're gonna make me watch this commercial. Cool. Hello, everyone. How are we doing? I love that the counter no longer... Yeah, that's much better. Okay. I love how the counter no longer works on Restream, so I have no idea how many people are watching. Oh well. Whatever. Pixologic says I'm Pablo anyway, so it doesn't matter much. So I'm doing this in Pablo's name. So if anything goes weird tonight, Pablo did it.
Pablo did it.
Pablo did it. All right, let's go into mannequins here. And let us pick, we'll use that weird little midget baby mannequin again, just because it's weird.
So have you played with the balloon brush that they've been showing lately?
I haven't played with any of the new features yet. I've been moving. So I have to make some product videos, so I had to get into a studio that actually where I can show product, and I started to move out. But then the people that I'm house sitting for sort of moved back in quick all of a sudden, and so now instead of the place that I was going to, there it is. where I was going to move, I'm not going to move there anymore. We're going to move into a different place. So I'm in the middle of moving. So everything's absolute chaos. So I hadn't really had a lot of time to sit down and play. So I'm hoping this week I'll have some opportunity, because some of the curve stuff I'm very, very excited about. It just comes down to being able to do it, you know?
Right. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that curved snake hook thing, that looks wild.
Yeah, it appears that I'm pretty excited by a number of the things. It's like it's just I haven't had time to deal with anything, honestly, because everything's all up in the air, discombobulated, flitterly flatted. It's a mess. So okay, I guess we should. What's our little guy doing here? What are we thinking we're going to do? Should we do a Google search on
Leprechaun?
Let's do leprechaun poses. Boop. Boop. Come on over here. Boom.
I googled leprechaun, and the first thing that came up is leprechaun trap.
Ooh.
Really?
Yeah, you trap a leprechaun.
Irish folklore. That's what we've...
I am intrigued. Now I'm going to have to go learn how to trap a leprechaun.
baseball bat and a cookie.
They seem to involve a lot of very large hats with a stick holding them up.
Oh. You'll catch him under the hat trick.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we could always do Sam Hain. Everybody likes Sam Hain.
There we go. There we go. Do a Dresden Files leprechaun.
Yeah. They're always silkies or whatever the little water fairies are. Lots of leprechauns, though, isn't it? He looks like a jolly little guy. Hey. Looks like he's taking a toke. Or did he poke his finger and he's sucking his finger? Ow, those fish scales are sharp. All right. So we have fine, I'll do a leprechaun, even though I like this guy right here. He's pretty weird, this rabbit dude. This guy, he's like rabbit monkey.
You know, if you want to make a rabbit monkey, there's not a person in the world who would or can stop you.
A puka.
All right.
He's a puka. Oh, it's a rabbit monkey with fairy wings. For some reason, that just looks like a creature that Ash would make. Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Not enough drool.
It does. Not enough drool.
Not enough drool.
No, not enough drool. I don't know if I'm
What?
in the zone for...
What is that? It looks cool, though.
It's a puka.
Puka.
P-U-C-A or P-C-C-A?
P-O-O-K.
P-O-O-K-A. Puka.
Which is also a movie on Hulu
Wow.
with a fairly different type of animal.
I'm kind of liking that guy, though. Wait a minute. Puka just became much more compelling.
All right, if you type Puka Celtic or Celtic. How do you
Celtic,
pronounce
yeah.
it? Celtic.
Look,
There are much more compelling images. Yeah, that one.
he's pretty
There
groovy.
you.
Boy, he has some really low nipples, though. Look where his nipples are. Like at the bottom of his
Those
rib
guys,
cage.
look how cute they are. Yeah.
So are dogs.
He's not a dog. He's a rabbit monkey.
I would bet so are rabbits.
Mm. I like the goat-headed puka. He looks a little bit more insidious, doesn't he?
Makes me wonder if the Donnie Darko bunny suit was actually modeled after a puka.
Donnie Darko puka bunny.
Yeah.
Ooh, here, look at these guys. You get all kinds of weird, fat little dumpy pukas. Ooh. That's just an angry bunny puka. Yeah, I came unprepared. See, you have the goat puka and the rabbit puka. It's interesting that they're different.
They're all fairy folk. You know what you should
Wow,
do if
he's
you're going to
very
do Leprechaun?
comfortable on that tree.
Yeah. Do the American Gods Leprechaun guy.
I don't remember him. Oh yeah, he was great.
He was awesome.
Well, he's good. Actually, let's do a... We'll decide... I think rabbit monkey. I think we're going to try to do a rabbit monkey. So let's go to Zizu. Where's Zizu? Is that in... No, it has its own thing now, doesn't it?
I think just go up a folder. I don't think it has its own heading. I think it's in project.
Yep, Zizu. There it is.
Oh.
All right, so now where is Rabbit Monkey? Do they not have Rabbit Monkey in here?
Hmm.
All right.
I think in 4R, whatever that version was called, they had a rabbit monkey, but they took it out. It was scaring folks off.
Because
Wasn't popular.
well, Paul decided to turn it into a figurine he could make money off of, so they had to take it out.
Rabbit monkey just wasn't a big seller.
I blame him, Paul. They got to have a rabbit in here.
Or a monkey.
Right? Oh, that's an ape.
I know this is compelling streaming. Watch Tomas look through.
Hey, but you're teaching us about the zoo, which is quite extensive.
Ooh, there's a koala. We can make a
Rabbit? I saw a rabbit.
Huh?
I see a rabbit.
Where? Am I just blind?
It's in the middle, and you're
Right
like
there.
20 seconds behind me, so you just got to look for it. But
There's
it's
a
in the middle.
crow. Yeah,
Crow, a parrot, platypus, rabbit.
there it is. Yeah. Right now it's just off of my screen, so yeah.
Yeah,
we're
it's just
20
barely
seconds
off of the screen.
Oh, there's rabbit. Okay. You're right. Found him. Rabbit. Nope.
This is terribly helpful if you're doing particular
Wow.
things there.
That's a really
You get
pudgy
base
rabbit.
shapes.
Hold on, let's go back. I think meerkat might have. There's a little bit more rabbit monkey. let's look at meerkat. See, that looks a little bit more like a rabbit monkey, doesn't it? We just have to change the size of the ears.
Yeah, sure.
It's like, yeah, what she said. Okay.
I think the arms definitely need to be postured differently.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
But
No, I'm leaving them exactly like that.
okay.
That little
Now, when
group.
you're doing this, you're just moving just the joints, right? Is that
I just grabbed the
remember.
limb Right. I don't touch the joint. I'm grabbing the limb and rotating.
Oh, okay.
And rocking the limb.
Yeah.
If you grab
and
the
that'll
joint,
move all the joints below.
Yeah, you can
Right.
rotate. If you grab the joint, you can rotate it.
Right.
And
So-
move them and such. But this. All right. Let's.
Just for our viewers to know how to work these little maquettes without messing them up, because I remember someone when they were doing this was like, you can mess this up real easy by
That was
not
probably
grabbing
me.
the right thing, and just
That was probably Tomas.
probably was Tomas.
I'm really good at mangling these things. All right. All right. You know, this is some pretty dynamic stuff going on here. You know, I have to use the guy whose nipples were down at his waist. That's totally right up my alley. Can we change the ear size here? Yeah. What'd I do? I don't know. Well, I can just push that in after I convert it. We're going to have you lounging back a little more. Stop that. I want that. There we go. Yeah, that's pretty close. I think our little groover was really close to this. What's chat have to say about that?
Nothing.
Look, Pablo is king. Thanks, guys. I'm not Pablo. They're just rubbing it in. They're like, you know, Pablo would be doing this much better.
Oh, and Restream bot is not working.
What do you mean? I'm
So
seeing
this is the
Restream.
same thing it was doing for Paul the other day. You might be
Oh.
seeing it on your end. Twitch can't see YouTube chat, but YouTube can see Twitch chat.
Oh, weird.
Oh yeah, that's been. They had that problem Sunday as well.
Pablo
Yeah.
would be finished by now. I've only been here like 10 minutes, guys. Damn. It's a hard crowd tonight. All right. I see how. Man, it's a fickle group of buggers, isn't it?
Wow.
Sometimes I wish I couldn't see chat. Holy Hannah. I see how you guys are. Oop. I think he might have an extra joint in his hand, but he's waving. He's a very happy. What was he again? Monkey rabbit?
Yeah.
Yep.
How do you get? How do I move the? Oh, it's on rotate, so I need to make that W. That'll allow me to move you. Yeah. Get those off its chest and actually get them back in here a little more. Okay, made his arms a little bit better. Get that torso in just a little bit more. He's got that weirdo thing going down. We're going to push this back up in a touch. Hey, top of the morning to you. My monkey rabbit. Come on, rotate. There we go.
And you've done all this just with the transpose and rotate right now.
I'm not even using transpose. All you do is grab and move the joint. You don't need any special tool or gesture. All you do is grab it. But if you have W selected, that's move. So if you grab the joint and you move it, it'll move the position, right?
Oh,
so
right.
E changes the scale, and then R rotates. So usually when you're doing this, you default to R, so you can come in and just rotate the joint or just move it.
Just so our viewers know what's going on and how they can achieve zoomness.
Yeah. If they have questions, they'll ask, or not, whatever. They'll figure it out. All right, so let's go back and look at our reference material. Where'd he go? Or happy-go-lucky. Oh, he has his legs crossed. Look at him. He's pretty zen, huh? Weird little prehensile toe hand guy going on there. That's absurd. All right. I don't know if we're going to cross this guy's legs. Yeah, we're going to rotate that a little bit. And let us breathe down a touch, up a touch, rotate you a little bit. Nope, rotate you. There we go. Okay, that's not bad. I think those legs are a touch short, so we go to W and drag our joint out. Now we've made those a little longer. We'll put him in sort of that. The Baphomet pose. Okay. I don't think anyone was paying attention when I said that.
I'm paying attention.
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm into it.
These are.
Someone's asking, will you guys go over the new mask balloon tool?
Oh, you know what I was supposed to do? I was supposed to go over scale and just show them how to use scale really quick at the beginning of this. Let me convert this to a mesh and we can do that. To be deadly honest, I've never used it, so we can experiment with it and make a tree limb. They're always very excited when we experiment with the tools and make ourselves look stupid using the new tools. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. All right, hold on. Let's look at boop. Come on, you. Okay. So actually, boop. Mirror. Boop. Nope, that wasn't quite what I wanted to do. That's the one we want. Nope. That is the one we want.
Whoa!
Keep you guessing.
It went very Indian on us.
Right. All right. So we want this one. And then this arm comes out as such. This guy's absurd already. Come on, you. He's so happy. Okay. Who turned on perspective? Ugh, silly. Okay, we can turn floor off. Actually, I want to make sure these aren't touching before we mesh this. Give ourselves a little breathing room there. And here we will grab you, grab you. Now here, we'll do this. People are like, why are you laughing? Because this is funny. Okay. There he is. There's our groover. So now what we're going to do is we make a mesh. We come down here. No, it is adaptive skin, or is it unified skin? I always mess these up. It's adaptive skin. Preview. Density. No, I want it low. Dynamesh resolution low. Make adaptive skin. And this is where I always screw up. So everyone, you push make adaptive skin, right? You look at this and you don't have an adaptive skin and you're like, why don't I have an adaptive skin? Because it has created a new tool. And now here's your adaptive skin. I do this and I wind up with 15 tools because I keep pushing the button. I'm like, why isn't it changing? It did. And here we are. Here's your adaptive skin. So while we're still in this ZBrush or Dynamesh stage, we are going to give him rabbit ears.
Real quick, and I think you went over this a bit earlier, but when you grab a sphere, how do you control if just that sphere moves or everything behind it moves with it?
Okay, so let's go back here. Let's turn preview off. Where's adaptive skin? So all you do is if you grab the arm, right? We're not grabbing the joint. We're grabbing the arm. Oops. No, I guess we're not. What do I have selected here? No, I touched something. What a drag.
Is it edit or draw? Does one of those need to be? There you go. Draws off now.
There we go. Okay. So I'm like, all you have to do is you grab, instead of grabbing the joint, you grab just the arm or the hand or the, in these mannequins, they don't have, I don't know exactly where you click on it, but like on some of the mannequins, there's a selection where you grab this, and if you pull it up, it'll pull the whole arm up, you know, it'll connect to it. I honestly see, this is where they really love us, me making stuff up, because I have absolutely no clue. I don't know where that feature is where you touch it, but basically if you grab not the joint but the limb or extension, right, you can see that it does move with it, and that's by grabbing the limb part, not the joint. Now if you go to a joint, that goes back to the MER. So M is move, and like you see that if you're grabbing it by the limb section, the proportions don't change. Now if you go to, that's why I normally have it set at R, and that way you grab the joint, and as you move back and forth, you're rotating that joint, right? You can see that it's rotating the two sides that are connected to it. If you go E, that's scale. So let's say you wanted it to have bigger hands, right? You just grab it and you can see that it's changing scales. And then W is move, and you can see that it's moving the joint then. So W, E, and R, W move, E scale, R rotate, apply to the joints. Otherwise, if you just grab these, you don't have to have anything selected. You just move it, and you can move the pose. Does that make sense?
Sure does.
Yep, they say gotcha.
Cool. Yeah, everyone knows I'm so good at ZSpheres. I never really used ZSpheres a lot until recently, and I've been using them more and more. All right, so I think we should probably squish our little groover's face here a little. Let's turn symmetry back on. We're just going to squish it in just a little bit. Well, no, he has a longer nose, doesn't he? Because he's rabbit monkey dog. Let's take a look back at our little groover here. Well, he sort of has a goat length face, but this guy has a much shorter face, it looks like. It's Brandon's birthday. He might drop by. We're going to have a celebration. Yeah, he sort of has a longer face. Let's do that now. You can see I'm not too stressed about anything here because we have like 15 polygons, so it doesn't matter. We can smooth this out. Oh, that's interesting. It keeps it separated. That's fascinating. It used to join the whole skin. I guess that's a unified skin instead of an adaptive skin. Fascinating. Eric, is that true? Is that has it always done this with adaptive skin?
He said yes.
Yeah.
Oh, see, learn something new every day, don't you? Okay. Got our little groover here. I did not know that. So can you make an adaptive skin or a unified skin out of a ZSphere? You notice I'm asking the person who actually knows stuff about this. Oops.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, there you
There
go.
he is.
I think when you're using one of these mannequins that has the connecting Z-spheres as a mesh, that's when it doesn't do the Dynamesh thing.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. I don't know that I've ever done it where it keeps it separate like this. This is nice because you can still continue to pose it and stuff after the fact.
Yeah, it might be also if you, it's just keeping polygroups, but
Well, I mean, see, it's keeping all these as their own separate tooly things. You have to give him his.
I think those nipples are supposed to be lower.
Yeah, I'm taking him down
There you
there.
go.
Give me a sec here. I'm getting him down there. I do like, I like, you know, this is a good system. I like this keeping these things together sort of thing. That's nice. You can tell that I have never used ZBrush to make characters. I'm like, wow, this is so cool. Paul will be like, that's been there since 1.2, dork. It's always a new adventure for me. If it's not about manufacturing, I don't know what it does. Gosh, I just remember when he showed me reconstruct subdivisions. I thought I was in heaven. That was the coolest thing I'd ever seen. But that was like, what? 4R1. Every time I discover something, Paul's always like, that's been there forever, Tomas.
It's okay, Pablo. We'll get you up to speed someday, Pablo.
All right. Let's get this a little bit more. What's nice about this is move topological is awesome. Okay. Ooh, look at those.
Right, because move topological will only work on the one you're touching.
Yeah, it's super nice.
Right. So our viewers know.
All right. Look at our little groover. He's pretty exciting. Maybe I can turn this into his fur flaps. Fur flap. Fur flap. There's a jaw flap. Fur flap. There we go. Okay. Anything interesting out there?
Nope. Eric left.
Oh, it's a shame. So now the real information's gone. We're still guessing again. It's always nice to have Eric on your team. It's nice when people are informed. Give him a little belly. Mm-hmm. A little bit more space in here. All right. Pretty good silhouette we got there. Now, technically he needs a few more fingers, but I guess he's a rabbit monkey. But our guy actually has 5 fingers, if I'm not mistaken. Fingers are important. Yes, he has human hands. No.
We love to read books.
No, we don't want to read books. Okay. Hey. He's somewhat puka-esque. Puka-ish. Pukish-ish. Let's thin his arms down a touch. Mm-hmm. I do like this way of doing the figures, having your all your joints and stuff low poly things so you can move them around. Now does Shane, you create your own in Shane's class, right? Y'all don't use any of the mannequin stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, last time I checked, yeah, you start with he's got an IMM brush that
Right.
just does basic shapes, and then as you block it out from the first one and you go down to the next one, when you pull them out, they auto change color as well.
Oh, nice.
So there's a hierarchy that goes into it color wise. So but yeah. So I
thought
haven't
his
looked at
was
his course.
more complicated.
Yeah.
Or
Well, he may have. I mean, I haven't looked at his class in a while. Not for obvious reasons. Since, computer's dead.
That does it.
Yeah.
You're like, I haven't looked
So
at my email in a while, let alone Shane's class.
Right. Henry was just telling me earlier he's been messaging me in Discord, and I'm like, oh, dude, I'm sorry.
What is this Discord thing you speak of?
Right.
All right, so what Matcap Gray? What is going on around here?
But yeah, I remember he was helping with the zoo. He did one of the zoo creatures in there. I can't remember which one because it's been a while.
Yeah, I remember him saying that. I don't remember which one it was either. These are really
Right,
helpful.
yeah.
I mean, you're right. Pablo would be done by now, but that's okay.
Right. Oh, IR Sculpt. Hey, IR Sculpt. He's one of our. He's the new streamer guy on Sunday.
Oh, fabulous. Hey, how's it
Yeah,
going?
5. Yeah.
Sorry, I don't
he's
know
into-
anyone's chat
Right.
names.
Yeah.
How did you enjoy your stream? Did it go well? All right, on to it. So now we're going to duplicate this guy. I am going to, what am I going to do? I am going to,
Yep. He says he's new. It did. A bit nervous, but all was awesome. I think he did pretty good. I watched it. And he's wanting to know what you're working on.
so, you know, our theme of the stream this month is Irish folklore. And everyone's doing leprechauns, so I thought I'd do something weirder. And I found this puka guy, and he sort of looks like a goat rabbit monkey. And I'm sorry, how can you turn down goat rabbit monkey, right? Just leprechaun, goat rabbit monkey. I'm going to go for the goat rabbit monkey every time. Did you do something on theme yet? Look at that guy. Now that's just goat monkey. Well, no, I guess he sort of has a little rabbit face.
He's doing an Olaf feast. It looks like a Loch Ness monster.
Oh, cool.
You know that whatever that creature is. I think that's what the.
Well, the hippocamp is the seahorse, and the one sec, these idiots have showed up. It's Brandon's birthday, so he dropped by to say hello and have. So you get to say happy birthday to Brandon. Give me one sec.
God, your spirit animal.
All right. There we go. Yes, I found my spirit animal. I did. Puka. Awesome. Great. Look at you go. Like I said, you don't have to whisper. Say hello.
Hello.
Hold on.
That's easy.
Oh, he's gonna try to.
Oh, that's great.
What's good?
Hi.
Nope, now I can't hear anything. Someone talk.
Hello?
No, not you, idiot.
Me.
Jesus Christ.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can't. This is my
got you,
life.
dog. Don't even sweat.
They're like, hey! I'm like, I can hear you, dude. Jackasses.
No, baby.
Okay, hold on. Let's. How do I turn that off? Where's that button? Aye. Oh my god. This thing, how does it go away? Henry, you have any?
What? Stop pressing all the buttons on the Cintiq.
Oh my god.
I didn't see this.
I don't know what he's trying to make go away.
I don't either.
You know, I can't hear you. You see that I ripped the earphone out of my ear.
No, I don't see
Okay.
that.
Oh, this exit button, could that be it? No, that's not it at all.
Do you need tech support?
Jesus, now everything's wrapped up. Ah! All right. Make that go away. Oh, you all can't even see it. That's ridiculous. Oh,
I
it's
have
gone.
no idea what you're talking about.
Right?
No, you can't even see it either.
Jesus Christ. Absolute absurdity.
The
Okay.
Hollow was
I
a
like
great
your
movie
earrings,
with Irish
Tomas.
folklore themes. If you like horror, do it.
Huh?
The Hollow.
What? Oh. You're freaking me out. I'm like, where are you reading that? Yep. So now that's falling apart.
That's okay.
All right. So now the question is, do we, so this is my puka fet? Or would that be puka met?
Is it an armadillo?
No, it's a puka. It's a rabbit goat monkey.
It's a strange looking art.
Obviously.
What, you can't tell that that's a rabbit goat monkey?
Not yet.
Oh my gosh.
No, it just looks like an armadillo.
It looks like an armadillo. Oh my god. Look at these critics. Here. That's, see, he's a rabbit goat monkey. Can you see that?
Sorry, it's kind of dark. But yeah.
Well, you can see it here if you can't see it over there.
A rabbit goat monkey does sound kind of your speed.
Right?
Just
That's
bizarre
why I
enough
said
to
it's
be
like
cool.
leprechaun or rabbit goat monkey.
Yeah, rabbit goat monkey.
We're going with rabbit goat monkey. That's my
100%
story.
Full send.
Right?
Oh, those are better ones.
Yeah,
I
see.
can do those ones better.
But he does need horns. I think we definitely need to give him horns at some point. But let's get him into a sculpting thing.
To
So
be fair, I thought it was a lemur. My man.
I was gonna fight you.
No, it wasn't me. Yeah, don't look at me like.
I see how you are. You've always been really supportive. Thanks, Ray. Well, kind of is lemur-esque, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, guys,
You can say Tomas. Oh yeah, I try not to take it.
All right.
I'm glad.
So we're going to, let's Dynamesh him.
we didn't buy cups.
Dynamesh, there are mugs in the back.
There you go.
There we go.
Dynamesh, keep groups. 1.5. Yeah, that's fine. Dynamesh. Okay. Boop. So now we have a Dynamesh. Now when it keeps groups, did it really keep them separately? Wow. Has that always done that too? Look, I learn something new every day. Is that a new feature? Because that's super handy that you can Dynamesh everything and it doesn't Dynamesh it into one thing. That's pretty cool. Okay, now you guys are weirding me out because you're talking, and now no one's saying a word. So I don't know if I'm broken or not.
There's so much extra noise on your end that it doesn't make sense for us to be talking too.
No, it just weirds me out.
Yeah, you can't. Or does it want
Can you hear them really well? Is my microphone that good?
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
they're very loud.
Oh, you're all really loud.
Oh, we're really loud. Yikes.
Yeah, they are very clear.
See how you
Just
guys,
trying to make sure 4 people aren't talking at the same time.
Why not? It's like every other stream.
This mic also came in a nice wooden case. You could hear a conversation 3.5 miles away. So,
Well, that's what happens, guys. All right.
Jonathan, sir?
They're not out of the car, so I'm not
Okay.
Hey Thomas,
Yeah.
we've got someone asking, how do you save your steps in one project in case you need to come back at some point?
Well,
So it's having to do with your history state or your
right.
history.
So if you want to save all of your history states, what you have to do is go into preferences, come down to undo history, and, preferences, undo history, and see right here, enable saving. And then when you come up here to file, you have to have it as, see undo history. So this is now saving the undo history. Right, this saves undo history as, it saves the file with its undo history. Now, the thing about that is, if you have a lot of undo history, you're now dealing with multiple gigabyte files. So remember, if you're saving all your undo history, it's a huge file, right? But that's how you do it. But I got to make sure to turn that off because I have like absolutely no room for on this drive for any of that nonsense.
Fruits and cookies.
Yeah, we probably won't listen to it. Can I get some to drink,
Okay.
my friend?
Let's. All right. So actually, I'm going to save this. I'm going to duplicate this, and now I'm going to go to one mesh, and we are going to Dynamesh this. We are going to turn groups off, and then hit Dynamesh, and now we have a single mesh, or we should have a single mesh. Is it a single mesh? It is now a single mesh. Yay, team. And now, can anyone guess what happens next? We're going to duplicate this. I am going to ZRemesh. I had adaptive turned on. It doesn't really matter. Usually you want to keep that at such.
I was wondering, once you do that, does it still keep the polygroups?
Well, if you say keep groups, it will. See right here, keep groups.
Oh, okay. Right.
They went to the other room. All right. So now we have our little groover here. Now what we're going to do is I'm going to come in. Oops. Smooth. No. Come on. Smooth this out. Get rid of our little jointy things there.
We've got someone asking, is there a way to keep the curves projected to a mesh when moving it around?
Is there a way to keep the curves projected to it? You mean if you have a curve on here and then you move the model, will the curve stay with it as opposed to just redrawing the curve? What curve are we talking about? Is there a way to keep curves projected to a mesh when moving it around? Do we know what curve we're talking about?
Not yet.
Okay. Rizuzan, if you can tell me what curve you're talking about, I can maybe answer that question a little more efficiently.
There's any curve.
Well, okay,
Yeah,
so
you just type.
I mean that's okay. So curves in ZBrush are pretty specific things. It's an curve is sort of an active thing. So here, let's go to a curve brush. So in ZBrush, when we're talking about curves, we're talking about where's an insert mesh brush that's a curve brush? Here, we'll do rope. Right. And so I'm just going to pick this and then I'm going to drag this out. Nope. And see, we're going to come up here to stroke, say turn on curve mode, and then I'm going to drag it around. And so that's a curve. This isn't really a curve brush, but right, that's a knot. So this thing right here is the curve. So I didn't have any curves in that model in the context of curves within ZBrush. So I'm not quite sure what you're talking about. Does that make sense?
No.
He says no.
I said no.
Okay. So so let's look at this. So are you talking about one of these polylines? Because in ZBrush, these aren't curves. Like curve is a very specific definition in ZBrush. Are you talking about curves? Or are you talking about one of these lines? I'm not exactly sure what you're trying to keep. I don't know. How do I spell it?
Pooka.
Yeah, that one.
He says, I just want to know how to move a curve or extrude profile and keep it projected along a mesh.
How I can extrude a profile and keep it projected along a mesh. So, extrude a profile. Are you? See, it's really difficult because, just the verbiage, like what some of the okay, so you want this profile. To extrude it, you can do that. Now, is that what you meant by extruding a profile? Or, hold on. Right, you can pull a profile off something. Now, extrude is a slightly different thing. So you can extrude an edge. Like if you just, here, hold on, right, so extrude with is Q-mesh. So that's, extruding a profile. If you have just an edge, hold on, let me go to...
They're talking about a 2021.6 feature. Extrude profiles.
Oh, you're... Okay. It's funny because it's just the... So he's creating a curve and then lofting a shape on it, I guess that is. I haven't played with any of the new features quite yet, so I don't. I'm probably not. I don't have informed answers for that specific function yet. Next week I will. I will have played with them. I haven't. I've been moving, so I haven't had any time to deal with the new features, sadly. So
I think IR Sculpts is trying to help him out a little bit with clarification.
Yeah, it's just some of those words don't actually go together in the program, so I'm having a hard time giving you a good answer. I apologize. And like I said, I haven't spent any time with the new features, so I'm going to have to say I don't know quite yet. Sorry, my friend. I apologize for being uninformed. No, not. And here we go. Make curve. That's not what I was trying to do. Because I'm going to definitely explore some of the curve tools before the next couple of. Those are things that I definitely need to get into. So I apologize. All right, let's. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We get a lot of that. I sound like Paul. I might as well start saying Paul's things. Lisa needs braces and look up here and
Looky here, looky here.
Look here.
Yeah, if Pablo was only up to date on these new features, you know.
Read the title. This is Pablo. You're watching Pablo right now.
This is Pablo has
right.
no clue what those new features are.
And Pablo, if you hear about this later, we're sorry.
Sorry, not sorry.
I'm sorry.
He's like, no, really, I'm really, really sorry. All right. And that's 9,000 polys. I really should take this down some more. We're going to duplicate this again. And let's half ZRemesh again. And Control W. And ZRemesh again. What are we at? 2000. ZRemesh again. All right. Yeah, we can do one more. ZRemesh. Okay, now let's get this a little bit smoother so I don't have complete weirdness. All right. Everybody's sort of where they want to be, yes. Now we start to divide. Divide. We're going to come to you and let's project back to this. So let's turn this on. Let us move our little groove around here. Pull this out.
Just to clarify so everyone knows, you're getting ready to project back up. And you're just getting it back in the parameters, correct?
Correct. Oh, man, that's what I forgot. I was supposed to get Joe some projection models because for some reason in this latest update of so much ZBrush, projection distance defaults to 0.1, and that's way too high for me. And I was going to see if he can get that down to 0.02 instead of 0.1. And I was supposed to give him some models. Well, I'll do that before the end of the night. All right. Great plugin. So much ZBrush. Brought to you by So Much Monsters. Joe's great. He's awesome. Very talented dude who does some incredibly cool programming stuff. One day I'm going to get Henry to start figuring out Z scripts because he really doesn't have a whole lot to do. So.
I have so much time on my hand, and what I really want right now is to have to learn a brand new thing.
I know you do. I really feel that it would be a great benefit to your psyche.
And breaking it.
Yeah, I know. I mean, you do You do code things. You should be able to program stuff, right? I mean, you.
Oh yeah, totally.
Isn't that how
I'm
it
not-
works? You know how to turn. You know how to turn on a computer. Why can't you write? You know,
I mean,
rocket
by
science
trade, I am a
algorithms.
coder. I write code all day long, so I should be able to figure it out. But finding the time to do that is the difficult part.
Should only take you like 10 minutes. What the hell?
It should only
Yeah.
take me like 10 weeks.
Pshaw. I mean, ZBrush is such a simple, clear-cut, easy thing to understand.
Yeah, and their
So-
their API documentation is just.
Stellar.
I mean, it's actually not that bad.
I was gonna say,
It's not great, but it's not bad.
be careful.
So we got someone asking. We've got a question. Someone's asking, what's the difference between Dynamesh and Remesh by Dynamesh in Gizmo?
Well, there is no ZRemesh by Dynamesh. There's Remesh by Dynamesh and ZRemesh. ZRemesh rethinks the geometry and builds very clean quads, or it tries to build clean quads, where Dynamesh will use triangles, but it's pretty good now about trying to do quads. It actually now tries more dramatically to do quads, where it used to be tons of triangles. It was a little bit more like a decimation, where you wind up with a lot of triangles. So Dynamesh has become a much cleaner tool, but I like ZRemesh because when like we did with this one, right? I remeshed it. I then Z-remeshed it. So Dynamesh like created one shell, right? Z-remesh won't join the polygons. So Dynamesh created a mesh, and then we went in and Z-remeshed it, and then I halved it back down to where I had a very simple mesh. And now I've divided it back up because I want my base mesh to start about 700 polys, because that way, by the time we get to 3 to 5 million polys, we're at that 8 or 9 subdivision level. And because I use my subdivisions a lot in my sculpting and cleanup, it gives me control over the mesh by having a lot of subdivision levels. So I will always remesh a Dynamesh and then divide it back up to a sculpting level, right? And so this is pretty close. So now we're just going to project all. Boop. And you can see where, here, let us turn this into our history state. Boop. And now we'll project history, and you can see what's happening a little clearer without the... So here you can see where the surfaces were not within the projection state, or the projection distance, which is set right here, distance 2. And so I'm just going to come in here and I'm just going to fill these little areas in. And the nice thing about projection history instead of project all is projection history is projecting to a history state, so that state does not have to be visible when you do this. So now as I'm coming in here and futzing with this, I can see where my mesh is failing in the projection. See, like right there, we need more. Here, let's turn this to where you can see it. And see, this is above the projection distance, so I'm going to just smooth that back, fill that in some. Smooth fill, boom. And this seems like an arduous task, and everybody wants everything to be a one button push. But this really is worth the time and energy, because you then have a complete mesh that has a lot of subdivision levels in it, and that becomes a much more powerful object to have later on in the process of sculpting. So taking a little time and just getting this stuff well, like where you want it to be, it gives you a lot more control. So you can see that we've come through and we see like that right there. See how that's outside of the mesh perimeter, so I'm going to knock that back. And that joint's a little squirrely, so I'm going to take slide, and I'm just going to push that back up and in for a minute, and I'll let it project out to my surface. When I reproject, I think it'll become a little bit clearer. And so now we can look at this, and I'm going to go project history. Did it already do it? Wow, that was quick. And so here you can see that this is stretching out to that area, but it's not filling. So I'm going to take inflate and just inflate the stuff here. And often it's just smoothing it out and just giving it a little bit of meat. Smoothing it out, giving it a little bit of meat. Boom. Everyone else is pretty close. Stoop. I'm going to divide it one more time. And now we're going to project history.
Lisa needs braces.
Lisa needs braces. Looky here. Looky here. Right. And really, that's all I'm going to project at this point, because we're just going for the base shape, right? And there it is. So now let's see if this works. So it works off of the resolution. Where is my curve pillow? What are they called? Is it curve pillow? Curve alphas, curve pinch. What is that pillow feature called? Isn't it a curve feature? Really, guys? No one? Anything? Words? You'll talk so much and now no one says it.
I'm typing.
Now, what are you looking for? Are you looking for that
Mesh balloon.
the mesh balloon?
Oh my god. I like how now yeah, you're looking I'm gonna poke you in the eye.
Yeah, everyone's asking mesh balloon.
No, that's inflate. Where's mesh balloon?
Mesh pillow. Isn't it around in the?
It's right there, but it's not changing. So I wonder if I need a primitive. One sec.
IR Sculpt says hold control like you're masking, like for masking.
Oh, see, you learn something new every day. All right, so we're gonna make
Yeah.
a limb for him to sit on here.
So it's a masking tool. Thanks, IR Sculpt.
I think that had subdivision levels. That might have been the issue there.
It says start on the surface of the subtool.
Yep. Q. Hold down Control. Shoot. Oh, there we go. Now look at that. Okay, so now let's actually do this. We're gonna.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's nice. That doesn't suck. All right, split mask points. So I guess off of this we can just hold on, Q. I can hold down Control and do little limmy things. Is that? Yeah. Does that have to have lazy mouse on? No, good. So you can do fast little limbs that way. Cool, cool. Okay, you're a tree. Or a limb. Ooh, limbs. Love it. Okay. Add that. This is inflate. inflate. Is there a reason you're not inflating? Smooth. I wonder what that's about. I bet it's about this history state. Sometimes when you assign history states and then you are trying to do something that isn't tied to that history state, sometimes it still confines to the history state and it becomes strange. So let's turn that off. Let's go here and see how inflate works now. So a lot of that, sometimes if you cannot explain what a brush is doing and you have used history states, often it's going to be, you just need to get rid of the history state and it will behave much better. It will behave better. Does that make sense?
Yup.
Yep.
Okay. Sitting on a limb. Isn't that incredible? I know everyone is so absolutely overwhelmed by my organic sculpting here.
It's a great limb, man.
That's pretty damn awesome. All right. Excuse me. Man, my throat is thrashed.
I was going to say at this point, it is way better than I can do right now.
All right. Dynamesh. All right. So that's our limb. Let's get back to our little fella here. Boop. Stop it. Come on, guys. Stop it.
Boy, that tree went real dolly real fast.
It's okay. All right, so, ooh, you know what we do have though? Hold on. We're going to try another tool. Do we know which one rotates? Which curve tool rotates?
I haven't played with them enough yet.
I think it's this one. Let's try this. Oop. Oh, Sculptures Pro is not turned on. Is it? This has subdivisions. Yeah, it's not going to do it. Duplicate. Lower resolution. And delete higher, delete lower. Put our little groovy curve on here. Sculptures Pro is turned on. Oh, whoa, okay. Okay, that might not be the one. One of these sort of spirals. It looks like that is the one. There it goes. Now, that might be a wee bit out of scale for a horn. Here, we'll go to this. And we will do this. I will then do this. Ooh,
It's like a unicorn.
right? Let's do that.
Yeah. It's so funny. It's like the direction you push and the speed you do it at changes it. It's pretty rad. I think I'll just have to sculpt horns. Delete. All right, let's get back to our groover here.
Boop. Divide. Now what's really funny, Henry, I'm going to divide this up to 96 million polys and not be able to sculpt on it.
Well, just not be able to use those brushes on it.
Oh no, you can't use any of those brushes on that. That choked both our machines out. It was hysterical.
Yeah, and this one's only got 16 gigs of RAM.
Yeah, no, it'll choke it out. So for those of you who question how much RAM ZBrush will use, I got it to 148 gigs of RAM at one point the other night. So it will use 146 gigs of RAM if it has it, or 148 gigs of RAM if it has it. So just so you know, ZBrush will use a lot of RAM.
If you're doing something ridiculous.
Well, it's interesting because I've been looking, obviously, and I found that my RAM usage while using ZBrush coasts at about 60 gigs, 60 to 70 gigs regularly I'm using. I'm staying pretty
Wow.
standard at 25% usage.
Huh.
Yeah. I thought that was interesting too. So if you get 64 gigs of RAM, you can hit that peak pretty easily.
Yeah, I've got 64 gigs of RAM. And as far as I can tell, I've never topped it out.
You're an underachiever. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, I was doing all those tests with you yesterday.
And I mean, I peak up
hung in there.
I peak up at that 60 gigs of RAM. I mean, regularly. I mean, it cruises at that 25% usage.
Yeah.
I
I wonder if it's just using more RAM because you have it.
I think that's what I was going to say. I wonder if it just knows that it has a lot more room to use. So it's like, hey, look at all this room I got.
Yeah. Maybe the Xeon boards have a different architecture that let it,
Open up.
yeah, just use more.
Yeah, the architecture I find really interesting because we've been doing a lot of tests to see like what chip architecture is working with what features or functions. And Henry has a very fast single chip or a single CPU, and I have 48 quick, but not as fast, obviously. I think my unoverclocked, I think I'm sitting at that 3.6, 3.7 range. And you're all the way up to 5, right? Is that what you said?
All the way up to 5 what? Say that again?
Your chip is 5 hertz or 5 megahertz or whatever the... Would you overclock
Yeah,
it to?
I'm at 5.4 gigahertz.
Yeah.
i9 10900K overclocked.
And I'm at 3.7 because we haven't overclocked.
Wow.
But I have 48 cores, and I have 48 cores, and you have what, 10?
Of course.
Yeah.
Henry, what are you rocking CPU wise? Intel what?
I got an i9 10900K.
At 10 cores, that's rocking pretty good, right? I mean,
Well, what's fascinating is we did a test where we take the soldier and we merge all the tools together.
right?
And then we divide it up to 98 million polys. And then we decimate it to 100,000 poly or a million polys. And I do it, what was it, just around 3 minutes, something like that?
Yours takes 3 minutes. Mine takes 30 seconds.
Yeah, 30 seconds. And so his
Wow.
decimating is a lot faster. But when we took a 30 million or a 40 million poly model? Or was
Yeah.
it the 90? Yeah, it was, I think it was in the 40 million, was in the 40 million poly range. We took one of the figures up to 40 million polys. We put a fine texture on it and sculpted like an S in its chest. And then projected from 30 million or from 40 million to 40 million. Mine did that. It was like 2 minutes, wasn't it? And then yours was saying it was going to be 15 minutes.
It took quite a while.
Yeah, it took over 10 minutes for him to project something that big. So it's fascinating to see how the multiple cores are a far bigger benefit on the projection feature, where the Dynamesh is about chip speed, where the other one has more cores to pile on to the function. So in all reality, it's a more computing intensive function, the projecting is. So yeah, it was a really interesting test. And as soon as I get my machine sort of up and running, we'll do more of these tests and see how they work out. And then I'm going to do a video about it. So we'll really see. And we're going to try to look at one of the thread rippers and get the same sort of direct, all these gaming, benchmarks aren't really they don't give you the information that we're looking for direct ZBrush benchmarking, because I would never have thought that there would be that much of a difference in how they process just a simple Dynamesh compared to a projection. Yep. Did you expect that?
Hannibal X got a thread ripper?
What's that?
Oh, I was asking if Hannibal X has a thread ripper.
I don't know.
He says I've got that, so I was like, that would be a good tester.
Do you have the 64 chip one?
What are they? 6900? What is that called?
Second to the max, he
Ryzen.
says, whatever. Yeah. So
are you sitting in front of your computer right now? Well, I'd say obviously, but that might not necessarily be true.
Says thinks it's a 64. He'll check.
So do us a favor, and I have something for you to test. Because a few of the people at Pixo shifted over to the Threadripper, so I'm very interested in what's going on there. Ooh. All right. All right. He's a super happy rabbit, huh?
Nah, Hannibal doesn't have the one that Ulfer got.
That's okay. Hannibal, can you do a test for us? How bad's the lag? I've got to acclimate myself to lag again. I'm just like,
It's pretty significant.
great. When he does respond,
They
if he's-
There we
responded.
go.
They
Oh.
said yes.
So take the demo soldier, right? Take this guy, this guy right here, and take all the subtools and take it down to one subtool, right? And then divide it up to 98 million polys, and then Dynamesh it down to 1,000,000 polys. You know, in the gizmo, just slide it up to 1,000,000 and Dynamesh it and see how long it takes. How much RAM do you have?
Marshall Tools 0128.
Oh, cool. Yeah. So that should be a fairly comparable good test.
So Henry, you have 10 cores on yours. Thomas has a bajillion cores.
Uh,
So Hannibal's kind of right in the middle.
well, if it's below 64, I think the next one below that is in the 30 range, isn't it?
He's got 32.
Yeah, it's a 32 core, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he says, nah, I only have 32 cores. Only 32 cores.
Yeah. That'll do for the test for sure. Because we're going to have you do both tests and see how you wind up. Because he's comparable RAM with you, right? You have 64.
I've got 64.
Yeah.
They've got 128.
Yeah, so that should be a comparable test to at least give us an idea about the Threadripper, wouldn't you say?
Mm-hmm. Did you describe the whole process after merging the tools?
Divide it up and then Dynamesh it down to 1,000,000
Yeah, with Gizmo.
with Gizmo.
Zach needs to close most of his Chrome. Have a ton of windows open. Yeah, because I remember Ashley's resin setup she has is pretty dang fast in some areas and not so fast in others. Just like you said, like smokes in some areas and then just kind of lags when you're doing other processes.
Well, they're just, it's interesting. It's just sort of process specific, you know, whether it's like Henry said it best, actually. He was like, well, one is a Ferrari and the other one's a Greyhound bus, right? The Ferrari will beat you to the next stoplight, but it's going to run out of gas before it gets to Detroit.
Right.
And I'm carrying 15 or, 70 people. Yeah. So they're,
Right.
The thinking behind the how and why they're built. Because if you notice what's really weird about the Threadripper that I thought was pretty crazy was the Pro 64 is like it's like 2.7 is its speed, and it's just like, what? That doesn't even make sense. But it's really just meant to sit there and chug on numbers more than not. Now you can overclock those, but I don't know what
Not with the temps you're reaching, but you could overclock it. Yeah.
Not me. I'm talking
Oh,
about
geez.
I'm talking about the Threadripper.
Oh yeah, you can overclock the snot out of it.
Yeah, so you could probably at least get that up into the 3s, if not a 4, with the Pro. So it'll just be interesting to see how they go.
Right, because last year that's what I was looking into, was getting a Threadripper, and
I guess
the people at the computer place was like, "Nah, you don't need that for that. Nah, you wouldn't. Nah."
Well, to be fair, also the Threadrippers last year are not the Threadrippers. Well, I don't know what last year means necessarily, but this last generation of Threadrippers have really kind of fix some of the big problems they had, because like everyone at Pixo said they were having real problems with the Threadrippers. And then this last generation came out, and Ulfer bought a Threadripper. So, you know, it's like...
So the 3990X, which is the 64 core one, you can overclock to 5.5 gigahertz.
Ooh!
Now, that might be on liquid nitrogen, honestly. Yeah, it is. Okay, so don't take that very seriously. You can if you've got...
Wait, you're not going to help me set up a
ridiculous
liquid... You're not going to help me set up a liquid nitrogen system?
I'm sure not.
Come on. I'm sure you can Z-script it just all in there. Can't you just Z-script the liquid nitrogen going?
All right, what's a more realistic overclock on that thing?
Like a liquid-cooled overclocky.
It also costs $5,000 just for the nitrogen or the
Liquid nitrogen.
yeah.
Well, I mean, if we can get it cheaper, you know, you never know. I could save some money here.
Can we DIY that?
Someone can. Neither you nor I can.
Oh, I bet you Henry's got the smarts for that one.
Yeah, because I know that he's really stoked about building nitrogen systems.
And like we've talked about, I've got so much time on my hand.
Right.
Don't get all crabby.
And I'm just not going to walk into a store and buy as much Vaseline as one needs. That liquid nitrogen. Oh.
Why not?
Which sounds like, because people are going to think things.
Really?
To be fair, lots of people think lots of things. Just, you know, so you know. No, that is not my brush.
Okay, so clocks are well into the 4.5 gigahertz range on normal water cooling.
Oh.
So
see,
4.5.
Well, that's good.
It is very good considering, you know, I've got mine to 5.3 or 5.4. Is it 5.3? I think. But it's only 10 cores and I forget how many threads, but this thing is 64 cores and 128 threads.
Yeah, 128
so
threads.
That's substantial.
And that's actually killing both stones or killing both birds with one. Well, I guess it's killing both birds with 128 threads.
Yeah, it's a lot of bird murder.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's actually that's interesting.
Senna 2021 wants to know if he can come into Discord and ask you a question.
What's that?
Senna wants to come into Discord and ask you a question.
Okay. That's why we're
Sure.
here.
Yeah. Okay. Is it? Yeah. Okay. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
Hannibal's
the
back
answer.
on.
That's why we're in a public channel. Feel free, just join.
Yeah.
If you say something wrong, I will kick you from Discord.
So be nice.
There you go. So if you overclock the Threadripper up into those bigger strats, you get a pretty good performance, is what we've deduced.
Well, that's what I'm hearing, but I mean, I'm going to be
Short of nitrogen. Right.
I'm going to be very
Our
interested
local-
in just seeing what he comes up with his 38 core or 36 core,
Right.
32 core, whatever it is.
Right.
I imagine it's 32 because it's 64, right?
Right.
Computer companies
But
tend to do things
Our
like
PC, yeah, our PC whisperer here, Henry, is saying that that's pretty decent.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, I'm an Intel fanboy, so I'm not going to dive into AMD myself, but for no good reason. It's clearly better given the numbers.
So it turns
But I'm gonna
your
stick with
Ferrari
what I
into
know.
a panel van.
Did he say the AMD is a panel fan? It can
No,
go
I
quick.
thought
No,
you
it said
said
it
my-
turns your
My i9 is a panel van.
ah.
Oh, well, it's a real nice panel van.
Yes, it is, and I would not scoff at it. But I mean, in the analogy of Ferrari and Greyhound bus, if you clock it up to there, it's still in your realm, or is it a little bit past your realm? in that analogy.
Well, we need to see with what's his name's numbers are. And we'll give you a more
Right.
realistic assessment of what's going on.
What's the question, Hannibal?
He's like, is that
How
a
do-
rabbit?
Okay, he's
lure?
asking, how do I clear open subtools?
What do you mean clear? You delete?
There's like 4 tools open in this project, he says.
Right, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 version. I have 6 subtools here.
Oh no, he's asking for the test.
the
Hannibal
test.
is.
Oh, you get it all down, get all of them into one subtool. Just merge them all down. So if you go down here, well, so here, see merge. You can merge visible, and that'll, if you make them all visible, you can merge visible and it'll create a tool just in one sweep. So that might be just the easiest way to do it. But merge down is right here as well. So you just start at the top and hit it and you'll merge down. So either way.
I think the question is, now in ZBrush, when you close ZBrush and you open it, it will open your last project up.
Oh,
And they're asking, how do you close all that? But when you open up the demo soldier, since it's a ZPR, it should close everything for you.
yeah. It'll ask
It'll
you
say,
if
do
you
you want
want
to save? And you just click no.
No.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't understand what you were asking. That seems to be a reoccurring theme with me, doesn't it?
It's all right.
I'm thinking here. Look at that huge torso this dude.
Now we do have someone asking a question. How do you move multiple subtools in a folder in one go? I told him use the pizza box, correct?
Pizza box. What?
In Gizmo. If you're moving more than one subtool,
Right, you have to, so you have all these. If you go to Gizmo, boop. Oh, I see, pizza box. It looks like a stack of pizzas boxes. Yes, this icon right here.
that's what everybody calls it.
Who calls it that?
Paul, just about everybody else.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that. So you
Let's see,
can, right here, this is the transpose all selected tools. Now you can hold down Control and tap them. Turn off transparency. And if you hold down Control and or Control Shift and tap, see how that has lines through it. So those are no longer selected. So you can just move this, and then let's say you want to move everyone, tap off, and now you can just move that. If you just want to move the one here, you can now move that, or you just double tap it. It gets rid of all that, and you can move them all. Did that? Yeah.
I misread it. Sorry. He wants to know how to put multiple subtools in a folder. Move multiple subtools into a folder.
All you do is
Sorry.
drag them. Or you can do this. Now, sometimes this works and sometimes this doesn't, and I don't know why, but I'm going to say it does. We're going to turn this on, transpose all, right? And now I'm going to come over here and I'm going to tap up here. We still have the transpose all on. Do Control, or hit the new folder button. Several of the visible subtools are currently active in multi-transpose. You go yes. We'll call this test. And you see it took all the ones that were visible in that and put them into a folder. Is that what you were looking for?
I think, yeah, he asked without dragging each subtool 100 times. But
Just
I think
turn
the
all
last
the
part of your
just
answer
turn all the ones you
answered
want. Turn all the ones you want in the folder. Hit this transpose all button, and then it will instantly put them all inside a folder.
Yeah, he says nice. Thank you.
Of course. Anytime. All right, so let me boop. No, boop. I'm going to turn everyone off. All right, so you all get to look at this guy for a second. I'm going to run to the restroom. Excuse me. I will be right back. Oh.
Hey Henry,
That's me.
is Senna? Is he the one that did the snake? Is that? Am I remembering that right?
No, Cena does swords. Uh, female, I don't remember if it was face or full body. Yeah,
Okay.
the snake. Oh, come on now. Starts with an. No, C. Friedrich did a snake. How do I
Okay.
remember all of your names? Oh my God. C. Friedrich generally does a snake. It's a snake head that wraps down and sort of back up real high and around itself. And I think he wants to 3D print it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Steve Friedrich.
Okay.
Juan, yes, he did design those earrings. And I think they're for sale. Was Cyber? No. What's the name of
Oh, dang it.
Stampa's jewelry company?
Yeah, it's on my computer.
Metal Cyborg? Metals
Yeah, I think Cyborg something. Crap.
Cyborg something?
Sorry. Well, Thomas will know.
Oh, melodramatic seating.
I have it on my notepad on my computer. See the funny there?
Haha. I'm back. I know you're all excited about that. I see it in your eyes.
Tomas, what's the name of the company that sells those earrings?
What?
It's the Sampa thing, right?
Yeah.
Rusty Cyborg. I got
Rusty.
it.
You know what? I think I've messed up this microphone.
Rusty Cyborg. That's it. Yeah.
I keep yanking these these headphones out of my ears. I think I've damaged that microphone jack. I hope I didn't damage my headphones. They're expensive.
Ruh-roh.
That would really suck. You can, but they screw in.
Yeah.
They have like the little micro screws, so I can replace my. Aren't they cute? I just love
Right.
screws
Oh, we
that
do?
small. They're adorable.
Yeah. Cinna's asking, is there a way to copy and paste layers? Layers
right.
palettes.
Right here. Well, okay. Are we talking about subtools? Because layers are a completely different thing. I'm assuming you're talking about one of these, right? Right? That is a totally adorable screw. Anything that's like that high precision and that tiny. Did we get a response from that one?
From Hannibal.
That says empty a tool palette. That's not. So are we talking about? I'm assuming you're talking about these as layers, because layers are down here and they're a completely different thing, and I don't think that's what you're talking about. Up here, there's clone, and then there's just copy and paste. Yeah, here's copy and here's paste. So let's say you wanted this. We're just going to hit copy. And then we're going to go over here to the star. We'll hit paste. And we've just copied and pasted that subtool. No, this stream, excuse me, this stream is the Irish folklore march sculpting themey thing. And so we're doing a puka. Doesn't he look like a puka? Puka. So critiques will happen again next week. And yeah, you can upload the files now, because we usually do them first come, first serve. So if you want your file done fairly early, you can upload it now and we will get to it next week. Oh man, I didn't do that scale thing. I even said I needed to do scale. I think we're way too far into the stream at this point for it to be an easy hit. I really suck at this stuff. Next time I promise to do something for someone, I'll tell you, Henry. I'm sorry.
What did you promise to do?
I promised that I
Scale.
would go
Show
over
scale.
scale. But I said that I would do it early on so that they didn't have to watch through everything to watch it.
I mean, if you do it now and tell me who to email,
I don't know.
I can email apology on your behalf and a timestamp.
I have no idea who it was. I'm trying to remember when.
Was it a Pixo person?
No. Who?
Oh,
When was I online? Because if it was last stream, I just would have done it. So where would I
Right.
have been online since last?
It was when we were having the issue where we were trying to get you up and running, and we kept bouncing in and out. You kept having really short streams
Was that
because
this
You
like
were-
the last week?
lagging it. That was a while back.
Oh no. Someone asked me just the other day to do this to show
okay.
to show scale, and I can't think of who it was.
I mean, you have a video on scale in ZBrush on ZBrushJoyWorkshop.com. If someone signs up for your newsletter, they will get a link to that video.
Oh, I forget. I keep forgetting that. I suck. I am.
I
not-
mean, they'll also get your UI, your brushes in
I'm,
that video.
I'm no good at this whole social media thing, am I?
All the good stuff. That's
Yeah, I'm not. I'm a lousy social.
Daisuke is here.
Hey, how we doing, my brother?
It was a person from the Pixo Discord.
Oh, boom!
oh cool.
Thank you. I'm like, where would I be talking to someone about this?
Yeah, so if you want to do that, a tutorial now, I can go into Discord and paste it with a timestamp.
Okay. All right. So, real quick here. Let's make this a sphere. Turn that off for goodness sakes. Boop. Wow. Thank you, Daisuke. I'm like, where would I be talking to someone about this? I wasn't streaming. I'm a complete goofus. So there are a couple places to deal with scale. So right here we have, this is Scale Master, which is over here. Scale Master. I've just pulled it out and brought it down here into my interface. And then over here I have update size ratios, and that is in 3D Print Hub. So you can see update size ratios, and then all this stuff here, I have it here as well. So these are the two different one button push ways to check scale. If we go to Scale Master, sliders to subtool size, boop, and you will see that it says 2 millimeters, 2 millimeters, 2 millimeters. Now, this is something that is really important, and that is if we select this, we hide this part. I wanted to do that the other way. Hide part. And now I'm going to change the size of these so you can see it move. Sliders to subtool size. Oh, wow, look at that. That's a new thing. Normally, it would just give you 2 millimeters, 2 millimeters, 2 millimeters, but this is interesting. So it won't even give you geometry anymore. So it measures the whole subtool. Even if it were hidden, it used to give you 2 millimeters, 2 millimeters, 2 millimeters. I actually like this better because if you do this, you may think that that is the scale of what you see. So actually, I'm pretty stoked they did this because now you can't measure something that is hidden. Because what it used to do is if you had something that, let's say, was like a ring mandrel, right? And you have your ring and you push your sliders to subtool, it would give you something that was like 100 millimeters, and you'd be like, I don't understand, right? Because the stuff's hidden, but it's measuring the entire subtool. Now they've put that notice in there, so it won't even let you measure it without it being visible. Where update size ratios, see how this is 2 millimeters, 2 millimeters, 0.4 millimeters, right? So it's a circle, so it's 2 millimeters, 2 millimeters, and it's giving you the 0.46. So update size ratio will give you the measurement for whatever is visible, right? And it'll go out to 4 or 5 decimal points. If you're looking at it up over here, it'll give you that. But, that's still, even just 2 decimal points is, tenths of millimeters, or I guess technically that would be hundredths of millimeters. So these are the two really important and very different things, right? Update size ratio in the 3D print hub will give you the only what you have visible. And then update size or sliders to subtool size used to give you the only, or will give you the whole thing, but now it won't even give it to you without it being visible, which I think is a better call, right? So now we're here, 2 millimeters, 2 millimeters, 2 millimeters. The other way to measure is hold down, go to W, hit Y. And now I think this is the default now, but if you go into transpose units, if you set your unit scale to 1, right? Because what you have to know is when you see units up here, like before you set any scales or anything like that, when you see units are millimeters. The internal scale of ZBrush is millimeters. So 1 unit, see, scale 1 unit, you're setting as a millimeter. I have it 10 minor ticks, right? So that means on my transpose tool, and I'll show you this in a second, on my transpose tool, it's broken up, each millimeter is broken up into tenths, so that gives me, tenths of millimeters. If you want hundredths, you just change it to 20, and then you're getting a next tick in that half point, right? But don't bother. Now, major ticks, you see it, I have it 1. So that means at every 1 unit, you get a big tick, and then subdivide it by 10 minor ticks. So you can see here, a big tick right there, and these are 10 little ticks. So wherever you're going, that's 1 millimeter. And see, as you look up here, see it's 1.584 units. Those are millimeters. Now, if you have a hard time wrapping your head around that, you can always come in here, go to sliders to subtool size. Boop, it's 2 millimeters. We know that. I have this set to millimeters, and I'm going to say set scene scale. And see, it says 2 millimeters. We know that is what that set scale is. And now up here, you can see that it is 15484 millimeters. It's units. I very, very, very rarely set scene scale. There used to be problems with unification and the world size, and you get weird scales. That's gone. So those are the 3 major ways to acquire a measurement in ZBrush. And what's nice about it is, let's say we're here and you want this, hold down shift so it comes straight out. Because the other thing about using the transpose tool, if you're not paying attention and you do this, you'll notice that this circle is smaller. Well, let's look what's happened. It's snapped to that surface. So if you want just a straight measurement, no. Come here, drag it out, hold down shift, and it'll pull straight out. And so now we're looking down here. We see that that is 1 millimeter, right? This is a 2 millimeter sphere. That's 1 millimeter. What's nice though is, let's say you want this to be 0.8 millimeters, right? Or 1.8 millimeters. So we know that's 1 millimeter. We need to remove 2 millimeters. So if I hold down shift and drag my little dot, you notice my transpose tool hasn't gone away. I can just drag this over, and now I'm hitting that tick. I've just removed 2 millimeters, right? 1.18. So you can get pretty exacting measurements if you're careful, right? So if you come here, we drag this over here, you can see we're at 1.18. You know that you want this to be 1.4. Hold down shift, drag this over. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. So you can get extremely accurate subdivisions and measurements. You just need to decide what your ticks are. Because like if you want it to be more than a tenth, you just figure out how many subdivisions that is. And, you know, if you want it to be 100, you put 100 in there. And you're going to have 100 of those little ticks, and then you're going to slide it around. Now, it's a shame you can't do... It'd be nice if they had a large tick, a medium tick, and a little tick, so we could break these tenths up into tenths. And that would be super sexy. But I don't know if that's something... I've never asked about that, actually. It's something I've
You
wondered.
should ask Paul.
Yeah, we'll ask Paul. I'll see if that's something that can feasibly happen, if you can get another set of ticks in there. Because then you could get, you know, to 1/100th of a millimeter accuracy. But for most people, 1/10 of a millimeter is pretty darn close. And let's face it, you know, that's roughly a half. You know, when you're getting to that scale, most things don't print to that scale. If you're milling, you can get that accurate. But printing has fluctuation when it's cured and all kinds of silly stuff, and that just taking calipers to something, calibrating it to your machine and adding that into your scale sizes. But those are the three major ways of measuring in ZBrush. When you're exporting, this is where people blow it all the time. I'm going to duplicate this, and I'm going to change the scale of it. And so this is how... like people are like, oh, I can't export scale. Oh, nothing ever comes out the right scale. And I've heard this for 16 years. Okay. I mean, because I've been saying ZBrush has scale for at least 14 years. So when I hear ZBrush has no scale, it kind of makes me want to pull my hair out. And so these are the ways that people screw scale up 99.9% of the time. If there's a problem, this is what you do. So how do we export things, right? We're going to export these two things for print. So I come over to 3D Print Hub, and first thing I do, I hit Update Size Ratio. No, I must have hit Volume. Update Size Ratio. I'm going to look right here, 1.36 by 2 by 2. I know that's the scale I want this to be in, right? Because I've just made it that size. So this is the right scale. So I click on this because that's what I want it to be. And now I export. So I either go to export to STL. I have a Formlabs printer, so I tend to hit send to preform, which is Formlabs supporting software. But export to STL, export to OBJ, whatever it is, you go export to OBJ. And now when you export that, this number right here is the size of the object that you're sending. Now we're going to send both parts separately, right? Because they're different subtools. I don't have to measure the second subtool because it'll take all of the subtools and measure them and send them out to the same scale. Easy, right? Well, thing is update size ratio comes set at whatever the default number is. I don't know. Let's say it's 10, 10, and 10, right? Or 20, 20, 20, whatever that default number is. Well, 80% of the people when they export don't push this update size ratio button. So whatever that 20 is, now all of a sudden it's going to try to export this at 20 mil by 20 mil by 20 mil. Okay, so not pushing update size ratio covers 85% of why people screw up when they export. The second thing, that extra 30% or whatever, is they will go, okay, update size ratio, and then they'll be like, oh, you know, I needed to put a dot on this, and I'm going to come here and I'm going to put my dot on it. Oh, look, we have a dot. And now they'll go export STL. Do you see what happened? This is going to try to export at 1.322. This is not 1.322. This is 0.6222. So now it's going to stretch that out to be 22, or it's going to try to get to that 1.3. And what that means is that now this is going to change in proportion to this. Oh, you can't see my fingers. This is going to change in proportion to this. So let's say this changes, what is it, probably 70% or so. So that means this is going to be 70% bigger when it exports out because it's trying to match those numbers. So most important thing to do when you're dealing with real scale and exporting is just hit this update size ratio button all the time. I'll do it because very often I'll do this and then I'll come back and I'll move things around, shuffle them, do something else, talk to someone on the phone, blah, 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 blah. And then before you export, just hit that a couple times. I just do it just to make sure. And now export to wherever you're going. So sliders to subtool size gives you only the full subtool box measurements, right? If you highlight an object, or let's say I want to know how big this hump is, I can, what do I have? I'm masking. Did I change my mask? Okay, there we go. Let's say I want to know how big this is. Boop. Hide part. And update size ratio. And you can see that that's a 1/10, 16th by a 10th. And so update size ratios measures what is visible on that subtool. So you can't get a box measurement off what's visible. And then you can use your transpose tool and measure. And the nice thing about the transpose tool is you can use it as an overall guide and come down and be very accurate about its thickness and scale. And you just go the other way. And you know, this isn't a CAD program. You're not going to push a button. It's not going to give you that. You know, view this as bench work, right? You need a caliper and you're going to measure your object. So sliders to subtool size is the whole subtool box measurement. Update size ratio is anything that is visible on that subtool. A ruler, transpose tool is just a ruler. And then the number one bugbear of all people exporting is make sure that you hit update size ratios repeatedly. Oh, that's Scale Master. That's the wrong one. Make sure you hit update size ratios, and that will allow you to export properly. Did I miss anything?
Nah, I think you got it. Update size ratios.
Did I mention update size ratios?
You know, I don't know that you said it enough times.
I think
but
update
I think
size.
I'll get the gist.
Update size ratio. That's the one where 90% of people who fail there. He looks like a puka.
Sina wants to know how to make millimeter the number in ZBrush.
All the numbers in ZBrush are millimeters. How do you get it to say millimeter? Is you select at the very beginning, right? We're right here. We know this is 2 millimeters wide. Okay, so we're going to go sliders to subtool size. Boop. And you'll see that this is 2 millimeters from point to point on the x-axis. So what do? We come in here and we go set. See, I have millimeters selected. We go set scene scale. And then you can see right here, it's 2 by 1.7 by half. We click that. And now you can see up here, instead of saying 0.4492 units, it says 0.4492 millimeters. Yeah?
Yeah. Hannibal got back 40 seconds.
Oh, right on. Now you get to do the other test. So now take one of these torsos. We used this guy, didn't we? Oh, I didn't mean to hit him. Oh, good, I didn't. Take this guy, divide him up to, what was it? Was it 30 or 40 million polys?
Yeah, I don't know that we're going to remember this well enough to. And really, I don't want to take 15 minutes from Hannibal.
Why not? He's willing to do it for us. Hannibal, do you mind doing that? He might do it quicker.
It might be real fast.
I mean, he has as many cores as I do. I mean, he actually has more threads. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, there we go. Hey, cool. You're not dotting. We might put that up on Discord for people, like the process of each of the tests, and then have them.
Yeah.
You know, people can do that, and then they could just. That way, we have a.
Yeah,
I don't know.
But if you divide that up into whatever that 30 to 40 million polys, it's whatever the division hits up to. It's going to be in that range. If you take it, you duplicate the model, just throw some texture on it so there's something to project, and then project the unsculpted model to the sculpted model and see how long that takes. And those are the two tests we found that are different so far.
All right. Now I'm out here. Good night, guys.
What's that?
Yeah.
Oh, good night.
Good night. My phone is you're like chattering so bad I can barely catch it.
Oh,
and
I'm sorry.
The thing keeps freezing up. Oh, that's all right. It's a phone.
Fair enough.
So I'll see you next week, guys.
That you will. We'll talk to you sooner than that.
Yeah, we'll talk sooner than that. All right. Bye, guys. Good night.
Ciao. Boop. Mm-hmm. He had a little navel. Boop, boop. All right. Didn't I get farther? Didn't I sculpt on his hand at some point in here? No, I guess I didn't. I know I did. What happened? Was I sculpting on a completely different model? I was, wasn't I? I was sculpting on the one we transferred over to the other thing. Oh yeah, killing it over here. Low res. Get my ear tip back. Mm-hmm. Because I'll tell you what, if that thing has the benefits of both of those, that's a crazy thing. Know what I mean?
Yup.
Yup.
So, Rizazan wants to know, what's the step after resizing a single subtool? Changing the size doesn't update the sliders to subtool size.
What?
Well, so I think the answer is you're only clicking sliders to subtool size to make sure that your current your currently active subtool is the size you want to be printed. If you want it to be something very specific, you slide the sliders and then click resize subtool.
Right.
There is no step after that. It's just now you've got a part that you know the dimensions of. And if you had dimensions that you needed that part to be, that part are those dimensions.
Right. So we're here. Sliders to subtool, right? One, we know that this is 2 millimeters, right? But let's say you need a 5 millimeter star, right? From this point to this point, you want it to be 5 millimeters. Now, this is a very important thing. This all button will kill you. And I don't know if there's a way to get it that all is not the default. So far, I haven't been able to figure out a way. That's another Paul question. If there's a way to get them to get it where it defaults with all off. Because the problem here is if you're not paying attention and you have a bunch of subtools and you then do what I'm about to do, it's going to change all of the subtools, whatever that percentage of change is. It's going to do that to all of them. And the problem with that is like, oh, you just go, well, you just undo it, right? Well, now you have to go to each and every single one of those subtools and undo it like 3 times. And when you have a lot of subtools, like I had a model that was like 73, 74 subtools and I did it. Oh my God. I just closed it and went back and lost the 20 minutes between the saves. No. So make sure this all button is turned off. Very important. Unless you want everything to change scale, but I don't think you do. So now you want this, and you want this to change to 5 millimeters. Sliders to subtool size. I want this 2 to turn into a 5. And now resize subtool. Boop. And now sliders to subtool, and you see it's 5. Now let's say that you want it to be the 433 tall, but you only want it 2 millimeters wide. You turn this R off. You take this, you go to 2, push enter, resize subtool, and now it'll resize it. So you have a lot of resizing power here, but you have to be careful because it is easy to pork the pooch on this one by having the R turned on or the R turned off. Like once you've turned this off, go back and turn it back on because 90% of the time you're changing the overall object. Now, if you needed this to fit and it was perfect, and you need it like a slot to work, and that slot's 1.3 mil, but you don't mind if you change everything a little by 0.3. So you type in the thing and it'll do it and you can shrink it. But yeah, turn R on, turn all off, sliders to subtool. I want this to be 5 again, sliders to subtool, turn R off, go here, hit 5, push enter, resize subtool. Sliders to subtool, 4998, right? Does that make sense? So that's what you do in Scale Master. Or that's the power of Scale Master in that context.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, what are Hannibal's instructions again? Divide to 56.
So you're going to go, let's say it's 1 million, you're going to go 4 million, you're going to go 10 million, and then it's going to be that 38 to 50 million range. You can't miss it because the next one's going to be 120 million and it's not going to let you do that. So it's whatever that maximum subdivision is, and I think it was in the high 30s, 40s range. So just take that one figure, divide it up into the 30 to 50 million poly range, and then sculpt on it, right? And just take noise and put some noise on the surface, sculpt an S into the one guy's chest. And so you've duplicated it before you sculpted it, right? So you have one that's sculpted, one that's not sculpted. Then you take the one that's not sculpted and project it to the one that is sculpted and see how long that takes you. Did that make sense? Did I explain that clearly?
I fell asleep about halfway through.
Oh, you are such a turd. I can't believe that you're on my team. What's going on here? This is what my team looks like. I'm doomed.
Strange.
I'm doomed. Doomed. Oop, that's not what I want there.
Okay, we've got a couple of questions here. Juan wants to know, my wife is making me pick between her and ZBrush. Do you know of a good family lawyer? He says asking for a friend, but he already said my.
I'm asking for a friend, but no, I'm single.
Rizuzan says just sculpt a new wife, and that only works if you have a 3D printer.
Yeah, you better have a good 3D printer too. You better have a really darn good 3D printer.
Okay, down to the real questions. Rizuzan said, when you're bringing in a model, but the size is absolutely huge, and the size under geometry is like 85, what is the step to bring it down to the range for Dynamesh?
Well, size has absolutely nothing to do with Dynamesh. You just resize. I mean, sliders to subtool and to just bring it down to whatever size you want. Because like when I was doing the car body parts, I was sculpting those in full scale. You know, they were true to scale. And I mean, I was sculpting Mercedes G-Wagon body parts. So size has nothing to do with it.
Here's a problem that I commonly have, and this might allude to what they're asking about. Often I know I want to sculpt a bracelet right, and I want to sculpt it flat. And to do that, I want my total part to be like 150 millimeters long.
And it says you can't do it more than 100 millimeters when you try to size it or something like that? Is it?
Yeah. What do?
I just ignore that, and usually
How
it's fine.
Oh.
I just click the button, yeah, whatever. It's, you know, I measure it, and it's fine. Some things, yeah, there is that thing that's like, oh, can't be more than 100 millimeters. So that's the next, that's another Paul issue. See if they can change the maximum scale to 1,000 as opposed
just
to
help us better understand what it's actually saying, because clearly you can go bigger than 100.
Yeah, I wish I knew what that parameter was about, but I believe that parameter is tied to Scale Master, because every once in a while I get a thing that's like, oh, that's bigger than 100. You got to reunify the part or something like that.
Yeah.
You don't. I just say no and just move on.
Cool. All right. Sina wants to know, for your model there, or any model, what are the tips for the pelvis bone and thighs to sit in a cross-legged position? What are tips on having that be physically correct, like anatomically?
Use a mannequin.
Pictures of the person sitting cross-legged.
Well, the mannequins are nice because you can't shorten the joints, right? So this is a really weird proportion because it's a rabbit, monkey, dog, goat. But you, if you're using the mannequins in here, as long as you're grabbing it by the limb and not the joint, it doesn't change. And I think that's super helpful because a lot of people, I mean, you see it in crits all the time. You know, you have something like this, and because this is foreshortened, they make the forearm like this long. And so I would say use one of these mannequins or create your own mannequins. And then that, because I have my own base mannequins, but now that I realize these mannequins are actually really easy to use, I've been using more and more of them. And I think that helps. you with your anatomy because you can't do goofy stuff, because it just doesn't let you do it. So I think that would probably be my first suggestion, is start using the mannequins, because they're inhibiting your what you can actually do. And some, a lot of us need some external guides that say, stop. No, don't do that. Stop. Stop. Did that help? I mean, because, where people really screw up their anatomy in this stuff is they just, you change the proportions of the bones. And I think that's the big one. Right.
Right.
Right. Right. We're missing a finger again. Damn it, Jen. Shh. That's a joint there. And now, the magic of the move tool. Yeah, just get those guys over.
What does Scale Unify do?
That's a good question. It takes everything, it moves it to the center, and I don't know what the actual function is. It like makes it under 100 mil sometimes. Well, here, let's see. Sliders to subtool. Sliders to subtool. Oh, that's not a polymat. Oh, hold on. Let's. Paste. Change scales. I don't know if this does anything. Let's see. Okay. Boom. Sliders to subtool. And now ZBrush Scale Unify. And now sliders to subtool. Because it's giving us the same scale, it just sort of homogenized the universe. Is this 2 mil? Yeah.
There's Pixologic has a video about it.
Yeah. I don't know.
I posted a link, I think.
I have no clue. Oh, see, Daisuke has the answer. Look over there, because none of us know.
Daisuke probably knows.
Or no. He's one of the people who might know. I'm so glad you're here. Enjoy his company greatly. He's a smart, talented guy. If y'all don't know, he's a smart, talented guy. One of my faves. All right. Boom, 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 boom. I would say, looking through that anatomy for Sculptor's book, they have really good explanations on the thumb hinge or the thumb joint, because that's something that everyone, well, not everyone, a lot of people mess up.
Hannibal said 5 minutes. is
That's
not
quick.
quite as fast as yours, significantly faster than mine.
Yeah, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
So if that were, well, what's funny is that, because it's roughly the same cores as mine, but his isn't. You haven't overclocked yours, so my chip is probably faster. Well, my chip's obviously faster, but I mean,
Who hasn't overclocked?
Huh?
Who
I don't-
hasn't overclocked?
I don't think he overclocked his, did he? Hannibal?
I don't know that we asked.
Oh, for some reason I thought we did ask.
You might have.
I could be hallucinating. I don't know. I mean, let's face it. My memory is not something that any of us should bet on. Okay. Close enough. That's all
They
you're.
haven't.
What was that?
They have not overclocked. You're right.
Okay. For some reason, I thought we went there, but maybe we didn't. I was just assuming. Who knows? I wonder if anyone else is going to find weird Irish mythology, or is everyone going to do whatever those things are called? It's a leprechaun. I thought Abraham Lincoln was a winner, though.
It's a winner in my eyes.
You gotta open that hand up a little more. There we go. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Boop. Ba-doop, boop. All right. You got to come up with something to say. Because I'm just sitting here humming. Did you say boop? Is that what you said? Boop. Thanks. Thanks for your help. I appreciate it. Yes. So, I don't even know what to talk about right now. What happened? I just lost all concept of talkability.
Clearly.
I've lost it. My brain is just like, Gurk.
Can always just describe what you're doing.
I'm
We can
sitting
talk
here.
about.
I'm sitting here mangling a hand again.
At least it's not wearing a little mitten.
Right. No, I tried to get us a little bit closer this time. Oh, that was rough. I was having a hard time with that one. At least here we're starting out with roughly the correct proportions. Boop. Boop. All right. We're going to stick with that for right now. That's all you get. Done. Ooh, you know, I can do what I did the last time. Wait for it. Are you ready? Duplicate. Oh no. Microsoft Office. What happened there? That was. How do I have a Microsoft Office button? What does that even mean? Delete hidden. Lower res, lower res, lower res, lower res, lower res. Ooh. You said at least it wasn't a mitten. In all reality, it is a mitten. Delete hidden.
It's a very well fitted mitten.
Oh. All right, that's fine. W. Mirror. Really, you're gonna do that to me? Mirror. Okay. There we go. Take you. Nope. Take you. Delete hidden. Oh, you were killing me. I am such a cheater. I'm trying to be quick, guys. Everybody else spends multiple days on their stuff. I'm trying to get the stuff out. Out! Wow, look at how much bigger that is. I knew something was going on there. I'm like, something's not going right here. Okay. We'll go about there. That's closer to it. Let's go back to you. Move. I really am kind of a lazy character sculptor, aren't I?
Yes.
Everyone else has so much like patience. They really get in there and do it. I'm like, yeah. Once again, you're supposed to be on my team. What happened?
There's other things you're good at, Tomas, and
Yeah.
we love you for those things.
You're saying I shouldn't quit my day job to go into the character design industry? Is that what I'm hearing here?
Saying Shane's very good at what he does too. Maybe you're not his competition in this particular area.
Oh, I'm definitely not his competition. He does stylized characters. Mine are really not stylized. Mine are.
Oh, they're stylized. But
No. I see how you are. So you're saying that we're not going to make a lot of money off toys? Is that what I'm hearing?
What I'm saying is, I'm going to post a link in chat to Shane Olson's 3D character workshop.
Wow.
Where if you wanna learn to make good 3D characters, you should totally check him out.
Wow.
But if you want to learn to make jewelry or 3D printable things, or
Wow.
lamps, whatever, check us out. ZBJW.
Wow. I'm just gonna say wow.
Whose side am I on? I forget sometimes.
I got a really good support unit here. I hope all of you understand when you pick business partners, pick better than I did. All right, to be fair, that's a very unfair statement.
It's when ReStreamBot doesn't work the way it's supposed to, and I have to watch both YouTube chat and Twitch chat. I take it out on you.
Fair enough. I accept it. Because most of the time it is my fault. I'm sure I did something to make it wrong.
Daisuke said if you need something to talk about or want some content, he just posted a sculpt in the official Pixologic Discord
Mm-hmm.
that you are welcome to roast.
Wow.
I don't know that you're going to have too much
To say
negative
it,
stuff to say. Yeah.
it's probably awesome. He's like, look at this
It
one.
really is.
You're just like, oh, really? Thanks. Are you out there humiliating me again, Daisuke? I see how it is.
You know, I think the wings might be a little too thin to 3D print. That's about it.
Ouch.
I don't
Ouch.
know that he's even trying to 3D print it. That's just the only thing. Maybe the bat could use a little wood grain, unless it's aluminum bat.
Oh my God, that's not sounding beneficial. Okay, let's take a look.
No, it's beautiful. I got nothing. I'm really
You're like,
struggling here.
he's like, not only do I have nothing, you have nothing, buddy. Where is it?
If you go into the Pixologic Discord in the channel labeled ZBrush Artworks. Under Share Your Work. It's in the bottom half.
Artworks.
Yep. Scroll down.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you're horrible. I don't know why you keep doing this stuff. Wow. That looks great. I would say you probably want this little row of feathers to overlap that bigger row of feathers first, because the smaller feathers are passing under these feathers and that top row would be crossing over. Oop. even my guy was like, dude, over here, yo. You see what I mean?
Yep.
Why does this never...
If you click Open Original, you'll get a much bigger version.
Oh. Yeah, you can see that's the only thing I see that's an issue is these feathers are diving behind these feathers, and it would be opposite. And it's just when you pose the feathers, I think they slid out of order. Your fabric looks great. Yeah. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for humiliating me, everyone. Fine. I don't have a career making figures.
He said he made it in about 45 minutes.
You just stop even talking. I don't even hear your words. Those are words I'm not even listening to. Oh, yeah, and I made it like 7 seconds.
I'm just kidding. He said 13 hours.
See, I'm less than 3 hours in, man.
Yeah, you're doing great. You know? Got two hands.
No matter what, you have to qualify. You're doing great. You know, for a loser, you're killing it out there. Wow. Daisuke, I think you have better friends than I do. I'm pretty convinced right now that your friends are nicer.
It's beautiful, Tomas. You know?
Oh, here we go. You know, I'm only going to do the front of this too, right?
Yeah, I do know that. And you're going to put shoes on it so you don't have to sculpt feet.
That's super funny. Kind of true, but super funny. you know, another really great thing about hair is you don't have to sculpt a lot of anatomy. So this is going to be one hairy buddy. How did... He has, yes, he has a little collar going there, but this guy's a lot hairier. I like this guy. He is funny. That's a good illustration.
Yeah, he's got a lot of personality in his face.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, just his characterization reminds me of Ash's work. See, he's not very bunny-like. I think someone missed the bunny in him. See, this one definitely has bunny face. He has goat horns.
Yeah, I wonder if that's even the same creature.
It says puka right here.
Yeah. That's a very different take to the other images.
Well, he's a lot more rabbit-faced, where these guys really keep the goat face. I kind of went more with the rabbit face. And I have to make horns. Got to make some horns.
Well, some of them seem to have horns. The ones up at the top of the page don't, like the one sitting in the tree.
Right. What do you think? I've just been told I should give up my career of sculpting and, or, oh, you can't.
Did you show them your fitness line?
Hmm?
You did it or something like that?
No, no. Not on this stream. We don't go there. No, this is someone else's stream. I get to play nice.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Well, I apologize.
No.
This was doing the wise words of Tomas.
Yeah, no, the wise words of Tomas don't get expressed here that boldly. Yeah. She was like, well, did you tell him that? I'm like, no. We didn't tell him that.
Do you want another one before I go?
You're leaving? Sure.
Okay. I don't know if you liked it or not.
Yeah, no, it's good. That's fine. Thank you.
I work at 4 in the morning, so
Quitter.
I'm going to bed.
Last week I had after leaving here at 4, I had a phone call at 6 a.m. that I just stayed up for.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, that was rough.
I can't work my 8-hour shift, but only 4 hours of sleep.
It's rough. I know. You know what? I think we're... Actually, for having no sleep, that phone call turned out pretty well. See, I can do business with no sleep.
Oh. I am looking for the official Discord server to post a link in chat. I accidentally pasted Polygon's unofficial.
Oh, see, now you're supporting another character guy. Oh man, you're posting.
When you type in Pixologic Discord into Google, it's the very first thing that shows up in ZBrush Central. Now, if I go to Pixologic's Twitter, that's... Oh man, they made it so easy. Pixologic.com/Discord redirects straight to Discord.
How do we do that?
Yeah, I can do that. ZBrushJewelryWorkshop.com/
No, I was saying, how do we get Pixologic to redirect to our Discord?
Slightly more challenging on my side.
Oh wait, did I say that out loud? No, that was supposed to be that was supposed to be the behind the scenes. No, guys, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yep, I am not gonna try to get into Pixologic's DNS settings.
No, that would probably be a bad call.
Yeah.
It would definitely be an interesting call. Tomas, what? You know, I can't see prompt my way out of a paper bag. I didn't do it. I know nothing.
Tomas, by the way, I think your career is going great, and you should do everything that makes you happy.
Thank you for
And
supporting me.
don't listen to the haters. You're doing great.
See, exactly.
So you could be doing better. I mean, look.
Wow. Okay.
Well, I can be doing better. We're gonna be heading.
Happy birthday. Don't hurt yourself on your way out.
We'll do our own little celebrations some other time.
Indeed. Have a good one.
Yeah, later, homie.
People in the benefits of public workspaces is you get the public. Well, these kind of have this big furry collar thing going down. Was that your chair? Did you just bark?
What?
I heard like a bark. I was like, what are you doing over there barking?
My microphone boom arm might have moved when I just muted it.
Mm.
It made a sound.
Mm-hmm. See, even strangers give me more support than you do. Okay.
That's why they're called strangers.
Not complete strangers, to be fair. That's true. They're definitely stranger than you, right? Is that what you're saying?
I like to think so.
I know better, though. My throat is thrashy today. I don't know what I did to scag my throat out so bad.
Got some liquids?
I do. I've been
Might be allergies. Spring is coming.
well,
Or is here.
you know, all I have is allergies. I have a hard time breathing ever. I have the worst allergies. It sucks. Well, no. There are people who have a lot worse allergies than I do, probably.
Yeah.
But I don't know that I've breathed freely for years. I don't know. Remember the last time I've gone, and it hasn't not worked. Or it hasn't worked. I don't know. However that statement plays out. Oh, you're leaving? Have a wonderful day. Thanks for showing up. Like I said, daisuke is awesome sauce. Just like you know, it's hard to find like genuinely nice people who are talented. Usually people who are really talented can become wankers, but the ZBrush community is a really good group of people. And he's a special dude. He's really super cool. He's just really nice. He's smart and talented. What more could you want out of people? Maybe I should have asked him to be part of our company instead of... You're like, yeah.
Good
Let's
luck getting a yes.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, he might work for a slightly better company at the end of the day, huh? I bet he gets health insurance. Or better yet, I bet he gets a paycheck.
I bet he actually gets a paycheck.
Well, fair enough. I'm working on it. I was going to say, well, I got you a space mouse, but you bought yours.
I already have one.
You're like,
You know,
you really suck on these partnerships. You keep getting them before or after I buy things. Well, no, we got you the discount for the printer, didn't
you got me the bog standard Formlabs discount. Yeah.
we? Okay, well, that's better than nothing. Zip it.
But someday I'll benefit from all this.
Wow. That doesn't sound very promising.
You know, lucky for you, I just like being here.
Right? I know, seriously. God only knows no one sane would.
Okay. Is there any need for a hobbyist to upgrade to full ZBrush from the core version? They want to create some mecha stuff and fantasy creatures.
Yeah.
They're at the very beginning.
I would say, yeah. I mean, like, core is a perfectly good place to learn. You know, if you're just fiddling around with it to find out if you like ZBrush, it's great. It's a great place to be. But if you've played with it and decided that you actually want to use ZBrush, upgrade. Because there are so many features that core doesn't have that, like for hard surface modeling and for all kinds of stuff, and especially this last upgrade did some really great stuff with some curves and the overlaying stuff. What's the brush called? Like I said, I haven't played with all of them, but it's these brushes that Paul did all the stuff with. Curve. The little picture has like, there are too many pictures here. That's my problem. This one, curve snap surface. No. There's a brush where you do the silhouette and it does the loft to it. Do you know which one I'm talking about there?
Mesh Project.
Is it Mesh Project? Where is it? Oh yeah, Mesh Project. That's the one. Like, Paul did a demo of hard surface modeling with Mesh Project, and it's awesome. And just like that tool alone, if you're doing like mech stuff, is just, it's impressive. It's really cool. So there are a lot of features that you just don't get in core. So I would say that core is for people who don't know that they want to use ZBrush, right? Or they're trying to figure out just the feel of it. And you know, because there's definitely a feel to ZBrush that you have to come to grips with at some point if you ever plan to use it. And core is great for that. But if you've decided that you like it and you actually want to model in it, I would say, you know, core is nothing compared to the full version of ZBrush. It's just, I can't imagine not having a full version. I just...
Yeah, well, especially as long as you've been using it, there's tools available in the full version that you have come to rely on.
Yeah,
and I think you can get away with a ton in core, especially if you're a beginner, because frankly, you don't know what you're missing.
Right.
And that's the best way to learn.
And you should
when you jump in, there's so much to take in.
Yeah, and you should explain that Henry actually started in core.
I did. I think for 4 or 5 months, I used exclusively core, and I actually got some fairly successful jewelry
Yeah.
pieces out of it that I printed and cast.
Yeah, no, they were nice. When he said that he was doing it in core, I'm like, wow, you could do that in core. Core is actually incredibly powerful for what it is. I just think that if you have decided that you want to truly learn ZBrush and use it as the tool that you're going to use, I would say get on to learning it as soon as you can, because there is so much to learn. And, you know, everything you learn in core is applicable. I just think that, and, you know, I'm not just trying to sell you ZBrush. I just think that, well, I could never work in core because there are tools that I have to do what I do that are only in the full version. But I've seen some really wonderful work done in core. In fact, Eric has that video. If you want to see what can be done in core, Eric did a video making a Dumbo octopus. And that's a free video in core that we put out. So core's definitely usable, useful, and you can do some cool stuff in it without a doubt. But I still think that that's sort of a, if you haven't decided that you're going to use ZBrush as a tool, right? You're like, no, this is one of the tools I'm going to use. Core's awesome. But if you've like kind of come to the point where you're like, no, I think that I'm going to use ZBrush as, you know, the tool that I'm going to use, I think that switching to ZBrush as quick as you can would probably be beneficial, only because, there's so much to learn.
And I used core for long enough to know that I wanted to try and actually make some money with it. I wanted to learn, you know, proper ZBrush. Really, the thing that drove me there was live booleans. That was the one thing I was absolutely desperate for, that you can't get in core, or it isn't available yet.
Yeah, boolean's a big one.
Well, I mean, you can boolean, but live boolean, because I never quite understood. Like, while I was working in core before I got as experienced as I am now, I was never sure what my booleans were gonna do.
Right.
And I had a bunch of things stacked on top of each other. This would add, this would subtract, et cetera, et cetera. And I would just hit the button and hope I did it right.
Right.
But with live booleans, you don't have to do that. And that was the thing that really drove me to full ZBrush. But even then, I was still hesitant. I started paying the $40 monthly version of ZBrush until I started taking your course. And then I was like, okay, fine. I'll buy the freaking thing.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it wasn't until this last summit that I actually bought
Really?
a real life.
That's funny.
And then a week later, you got us student pricing, academic licenses. So right on schedule, Tomas.
Oh my God, that is so funny.
Yeah, and you wonder why I heckle you so much.
Well, I had a good talk with Formlabs today.
Yeah, they're going to start giving us 30% off new Form 3s now that I bought one.
No, sadly, that's something that I have yet to work out. But I'm part of their, or I haven't signed the paperwork yet, but part of their
Ambassador?
Yeah, whatever that is.
Finally.
I know, right? And what's cool about that is all of the new materials, they send you samples of all the new materials.
Oh, wow.
And so they're pretty excited that, you know, I'm not just using the castable, you know. I'm actually really excited about trying to do the dental stuff. Because I think that their biosafe materials for dental are going to be a good thing for jewelry.
Yeah, I wonder if after you print it, if it's carvable.
I think so. I think it's toolable because one of the things she was saying is that the dental people have a polishing process that they go through to get it glass smooth so the teeth don't have texture.
Mm-hmm.
Right, because you don't want grit on it if you're using them to masticate, you know. So I think that there is some toolability at that point. Back. Shh, we're not looking at the back. I really do. I think that's where Formlabs has most of the other printer companies is in their material sciences.
Yeah, they have a ton, and it's so easy.
Yeah, it's kind of idiot.
You really
you push
just
go.
put the models and go. Yeah.
Yeah, because their support engine's pretty tight. You do on some of the stuff I do. You do have to go back in and really make sure that you're like if you have little dots, you need to make sure and go back and redo the little detail so you're putting it on the peak of the dent instead of the V of the dent. Sometimes it'll fill tiny cracks, but that's okay. You know, I've been quite impressed with their stuff. I had high hopes for the ceramic, but I think the ceramic still has some massive pain in the buttery going on. I also don't have a kiln to fire it in, so that doesn't... We need to get a kiln.
I have a kiln.
Do you really?
Yeah.
You really are just like a little gearhead over there collecting tools. I'm so jealous.
I've got a kiln. I've got a vacuum casting system, vacuum table for investment in silicones. Yeah, I mean, really, other than like a 6-axis robotic arm, I've got it all.
So when are we picking up one of those?
Whenever you give me a budget.
Well, I know that the QR robotics is about, well, with the stone cutting fluid feed stuff, it's about 250,000. I don't know what just the dry one is. But Metal Physics has one. They're the ones who did my table and stuff. And also, I talk to them every year, and I just never get to the point to send them stuff. What is it? It's like something city. They're the guys who do the wheelchair thing for ZBrush every year, and they do large milling and something city, like Alphabet City or.
I don't think it's Alphabet City.
No, I don't either. I feel like a shmoo. Don't feel bad, guys. I can't even remember my name, let alone yours. I apologize.
Monster City Studio.
Monster City.
Is that it?
Yeah, probably. Is it green? Is it a green logo?
Yep.
Yeah,
gray and green.
I can tell you the color of the logo and font. Yeah, they're great. They're really nice people too. Here I go again. I can't remember his name. Mark. Sorry.
So, if you were going to 3D print this as a statue, what material would you use?
Well, it sort of depends. I mean, I think that if I were going to the form, like if I were doing it on my Form Labs, I would probably go with tough. There's a tough 1500 and a tough 2000. I think those are the two numbers. The tough 1500 has a little bit of flexibility to it. So I might do it in the tough 1500 only because it's robust, but it's a little less brittle. So, but it does have flex to it. Like in their demo, they print springs and then they squeeze it, and the springs have that sort of resilience to it. So I would try it in that first, probably, is the tough 1500. I think isn't that?
I think I'd just use gray.
The problem
Like
with gray
the
is
model
that
resin.
it's brittle. You drop it, it shatters like glass.
I don't know that I'm handling my statues that much.
Okay, well, let me ask the question. Are you going to sell it, or are you
That
putting
is a
it on
good
your
question.
shelf?
Yeah, all right. If I
I'm
was gonna
sorry,
sell it
everything
to
I think
somebody-
of is selling things.
Yeah.
That's at the end of the day, that's my thing. And so as soon as I get some things sorted out, I'm going to do some test printing in this dental material they have. And have some high hopes for its toughness because, I mean, they're actually making dentures out of this stuff. I mean, like dentures that people wear and use. That's got to be a tough material. You know what I mean? It can't be brittle. You bite an ice cube, you're going to shatter your teeth. So,
But it also doesn't sound like that would be toolable. I mean, maybe on like a CNC machine, but not with... Like when I think of carvable, I want to take my carving wax tools.
oh, I was thinking rotary tool.
Oh, okay.
You know, like diamond bits or high-speed
Yeah.
carbon bits. Well, you know what? I don't know. We'll find out soon enough, won't we?
Yeah.
Because I'll take a scalpel to it. Actually, I have I just found my hand wood carving tools, so I can take those to it and see what that does. Yeah, I have a feeling that it might chatter. Unless you have sharp tools, it might chatter. You know, you go in, it breaks at the fraction point.
Mm-hmm.
But what do you want to, I mean, how much carving do you want to do to it afterwards? That's what the printer's for, isn't it?
Well,
I'm just saying.
to fix up, so like the castable 40, it prints in very good resolution, but the minimum support size you can go down to is 0.7 millimeters for the point, which
really? That's huge.
Yeah, which when we're talking about detail is enormous. So, you know, if I'm going to print a signet ring that's covered in detail, the castable 40 is going to be the best casting resin to do that, but I'm going to lose a lot of detail, and I want to go back in with like my dental tools and carve that back away, just like I would with casting wax.
Yeah, you know, I have no idea what the minimum resolution on that dental stuff. Hold on, let's look. I really suck at being productive, don't I? Let's see. No, we don't need to go into my dashboard. Stop that. Materials, dentistry. Oh, I also got some of this. I told you that, right? I forgot that I got that.
Which one?
This one, the model resin. It's
Yeah,
this
so
nice
that's the one
matte.
That's the one I'm hoping is carvable with tools, like hand tools.
So it'll do 3.5 micron contacts. So that's what I use. I do 3.5.
Okay.
So you can at least do that, right?
Yeah.
So that's good. But this is the one that I have high hopes for. This one. The denture resin.
Mm-hmm.
Where Don't they separate? Yeah, permanent. Now, this is new, the permanent crown resins. So these are new ones where it is the temporary crown and then the permanent crown stuff. In this permanent crown, they're getting the actual dental, the tooth tone, the Vita classical shades. That's it. So, they make these tooth samples that show you the colors of your teeth and you can match it with the denture. This is actually made to last as a permanent crown. This stuff, this stuff is awesome. Now, the question is, what can you print it at? Because think about doing anything that you could do ivory with, right? Make like an ivory bracelet out of the tooth tone. And the other stuff is this is true biocompatible, right? So you'll never have any issues with it. I'm seeing if it will give us the minimum printing res. See, they don't go as the minimum printing res. Do they? Not in this piece of it.
Yeah, and we can just check on.
But just look at that tone. That's cool. You know what I mean? That could be a really unique building material that, because I think this is, see how it polishes with that subsurface scattering. So there's some translucence to it. It's a fascinating material. I'm really interested in this stuff. And then, now she made a comment about, soft tissue starter pack. That sounds cool too.
Yeah, that sounds icky. Like I'm into it, but also icky.
Just say that's kind of cool. That's just snazzy. Now she mentioned something. Hold on, I want to see if they have a. She mentioned something about a high density material. Let's see. I talked to her and I can't remember. I'm such a dork.
Oh, well. You can go back to sculpting your monkey bunny.
Hold on.
We can geek out on resins later.
What? These people should be loving this. So I have some of the, they've named it Rebound. See the ceramic, it's super cool. Okay, here, I got a better Form Labs.
If I wanted to see Sampa's teeth that you designed, just like a render or something, are they in ArtStation?
I don't know. I mean, I can just send you the model. Is that a question from you or is that with someone else?
Raython in chat wants to see them. And I know you don't have the model on this computer.
Yeah, I don't have the model on this computer, but I'll dig it up for you. I have. There are actual pictures on their site. I think I'll find some pictures for you. They're out there. I just have to dig them up. He's having them redone again, actually.
Yeah, I know it.
He had some bad luck with that.
Yeah, if you Google Sampa cyborg teeth, nothing good comes up.
Vaughn.
Sampa Von cyborg, yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's going to make a ton of difference.
You can go to his Instagram. They're probably there.
I don't know that I want to direct people to Sampa's Instagram.
I said you could go
Well.
to Sampa's Instagram.
But if I find them, I'm going to have to send a link.
Well, you could download the picture. Don't be scared.
I do see there's this one. Move an image in new tab.
Is it a recent
Yeah, no.
image?
No, they're really old. It's just the horizontal lines on the canines,
Yeah. No.
and the rest are just flat.
Yeah.
Very old version. But probably the ones that fit the best.
Well. Yeah. But that's a different issue altogether.
Right.
I must say I miss Spain. It's a really cool little community, Gandia. The other really good thing about it is it's the first ferry stop to Ibiza. You could walk down to the pier and catch a ferry to Ibiza.
Tomas, why do you sculpt in blue?
Because this is the best material for showing me what is actually going to show up in the printing. Because a lot of these have baked on information, and some of them are very dramatic and some of them are very plain. And I found that this blue gives me the most, if I see these little lines right here, that'll show up in my print, right? So it is just the best gauge for me to figure out what is actually going to show up in my print or not. Now, one of the grays, I think it's no, that's not materials. Your basic material, I can't remember which gray it is. It might be basic material. Yeah, basic material is pretty good too. It's a little higher contrast than the blue, so you're going to see a little more detail here than you would in the model, but it's close. It's just, I could work in here and be fine, but after 16 to 18 hours a day, I find the blue is just a little easier on my eyes. And so I wound up using the blue. So it's model accuracy and just lower stress on the eyes. But it really has a lot to do with being able to see what's going to show up in my model. Because, if you come over here and pick, oh wow, I don't have all my materials in here. Interesting. Wow. No, here, we'll just pick a material. Right, if you're using this material, well, you have no idea what's going to show up in your print, right? If you use this material, well, who knows what's there, right? So the Mod Dirty Blue one, what's this one? Matte Cap White. This one's not bad. But still, even here, you can see this is a higher contrast. So let's look at the detail you can see right here, and let's go to blue. And you can see less of them. This is actually a little bit more of what you're going to see in your model, where something that's a little higher contrast is implying that there's more physical detail there, or that physical detail will show up. And I find that Mod Dirty Blue or the gray matte cap are the closest to what you're actually going to wind up with. So that's why.
Have you ever looked at ambient occlusion for seeing your details and stuff?
You know what? They just put that in. And you know what? I haven't. Where is it? Let's push it. Let's see what it looks like. Is that a rendering tool or is it a material?
I think it's a render tool.
I know that came in not the 21.6, but 21.1. That came in when we were beta testing it, and I just viewed it as something that was a rendering thing, so I never.
Yeah, we have Keyshot for that.
Yeah, I don't know anything. If someone can tell me where it is, I will gladly push
Render, click render, preview AO.
Render. So I'm in render. Is there? Oh, preview AO. Occlusion. Oh, interesting. So it's like it's almost like sulfuring. That's interesting.
Oh yeah. I fear that would make me think my details are stronger than they are.
I agree. Especially here, look here. Like this little chattery stuff on the arm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that this would imply more depth than you're going to get out of your printer. But I like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you want a real quick render, that probably looks real good with the metal materials.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder what it... So if we BPR at best, it gets rid of it. Interesting. So actually, if you just screen cap it instead of... If you take a picture of it with your phone, it'll look great.
Nope. I quit.
So I got yelled at because my Instagram posts were me using my phone, taking a picture of my screen with reflections and all. And I was told that was no longer acceptable.
Well, you're no longer allowed to post to your own social media. Which isn't true. You still can.
Yeah, that's sad. But better for all of us, honestly.
Yeah, you should download Snagit while you're in the office.
Oh, good point.
Is that what it's called? That thing you really like?
Mm-hmm. It's a good capture tool.
Yeah, it might be.
I like it. Remind me when we're done. I probably shouldn't be downloading things while I'm sitting here. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Can you imagine if I actually started doing social media when it started? I'd be a rock star. Well, I did. Actually, I had it was like 1.2 million followers on MySpace, and then my account crashed or it got hacked or something. And they were like, nope, sorry, you can't recover it. I was like, what? And that's when I gave up on social media.
Yep, that'll blame you.
I was like, nope, I'm done. I can't tell you how much. I can't even say that here. I paid a young lady to sit there and invite people. And she did it like 20 hours a day. But to be fair, we had a pretty active... see, that what bums me out, and I know all you Utes of today don't understand this, but MySpace was actually a perfect social media tool before it changed, before Facebook hit, and then they tried to monetize like Facebook. And the thing about MySpace was this. All of your private news was behind the scenes, right? So anything that anyone sent you as a message or that, they could post to your private stream so you could get real information on the backside. And the front side were all of your friends, and every time they post, it goes onto your stream. So that was a smorgasbord of your friends' information that could get people who are your friend excited about other people's work, right? They were exposed that way. But the number one thing that was absolutely fantastic about MySpace was anyone who was your friend got your posts and information. So we did a art show at the Brown Derby in LA, and I posted it. And I mean, at this point I had, at least a couple 100,000 followers or friends or whatever you call it. And we literally had, I think it was something like 6,000 people tried to RSVP. That does not happen on Facebook. Now, mind you, we couldn't let nearly that many people in, and that's why we had it RSVP, and it sold out. But we had over 6,000 responses. And that will never happen on Facebook. I mean, it just, they unless you're paying, right? I mean, that might happen on Facebook if you're paying a bazoodle amount of money for it. But yeah, they've really they destroyed the concepts of social media. And I just got frustrated and peeved with it, and I was like, I'm not doing it. And now I'm suffering greatly for it because, I mean, over 16 years or whatever, I would have had, a substantial email list. Let's just put it that way. Which sadly I do not now. I don't have that big of a mailing list. And now it's too late to take advantage of some of these things, these tools that will never be the same.
Yeah, it's hard to get noticed on social media because it used to be that big companies had their platforms and people had their platforms, but now big companies are competing with regular people on the same platform for everyone's attention.
Yeah, you're not going to win that one.
Yeah, so we've got a question. We've got a ZBrush newbie who never seems to complete a project. It's like I get stuck at some level of detail. Do you have any tips for debugging me?
Well, so that could be a couple problems. So let's say we're doing this sculpt, right? And you can see that I go from high res to low res and high res to low res and high res to low res. So if, let's say you're getting in here and, I'm trying to get some weight to these breasts so it looks like they're breasts, but they're weird because they're also at the bottom of his rib cage. And so I've been going over this a few times as we've been chatting. And let's say, I get this defined and then I catch myself and I'm kind of going, okay, well, I want this to be a flesh wrinkle. And I'm here and I just keep working on this little area for a long time. And then I, grab my twist tool and now I'm like, okay, well, I can zoom in here and, I'm going to get this curve and then, okay, well, I'm going to kind of do this. And so now I'm completely out of touch with the rest of the body. And I could be sitting here working on this for a week, and then when I zoom out, it winds up that it's up here because it's just in the wrong place because I got so gnarly with it. So I would say that this is a time that you can just lower your resolution. And with lower resolution, you can't do that, right? You can't get in there and chittle chattel with it because, well, there's not enough detail in it. So this is a way, and a lot of people will work from low res to high res. I don't. I tend to go to my high res first. And then when I'm doing things, I lower my subdivision levels or raise my subdivision levels to do whatever I'm working on at the moment. So that's one thing. The other thing is to keep rotating. Just come out and look at it. It just, you're checking your silhouettes and you're checking this and hop to different parts and just keep moving. Because a lot of the sitting there and knurling around on a specific thing is that you don't really know what you want in certain areas. And it's just easier to sit there and futz with something you think you have an idea with. So lower your subdivision levels so you can't knurl. Or just keep your model moving. Keep your model moving. I would say those are two things. And don't quit, right? Just keep on. And if you find yourself just working on one little area, just stop and work on a different area. And, it's just a little bit of discipline. You just have to be willing to say, okay, here I'm doing this, and saying, okay, I'm going to work on this hand for another hour, and that's it. And say, I won't go back to it until I finish the torso. Okay, I've worked on the torso. All right, I'm not going to do it until I've worked on the back, and just make yourself change what you're looking at. But the real key where people get themselves in trouble is you lose sight of what you're actually trying to accomplish, and you start working on minutia that removes itself from the overall picture. And that's where moving around and touching and hitting and touching and shaping and touching and moving and shaping and hitting and touching, as you go around and around and around, it gives you a much better perspective on the whole. And I think that's one of the big things that people lose is perspective on the whole. So,
and from a less technical perspective, I used to do the exact same thing. I'd never finish a project. I'd have 20 of them going at the same time and never finish any of them. What I did was started taking commissions, and I don't mean that really. I went to my wife and I said, every time you think of a new jewelry piece that you want, instead of going on Etsy or whatever and buying it, come to me as if you were a customer and I was actually going to sell this thing to you. So you've got design specifications and I've got a deadline. And I know if my wife actually wants this piece of jewelry, I've got about 2 weeks. So it really helped me to learn, a project doesn't have to last forever. If you know what you're trying to make, you know what your skill level is, so you know what you can accomplish. It's so much easier to get it done if you feel like you're doing it for someone else and for a pretend profit in my case.
The other thing I would say, especially as a beginner, and this is one of the things that people forget today, and it's how the master system works. So, let's take Rembrandt, for example. If you were one of Rembrandt's apprentices or one of his students, you would copy Rembrandt's until you got to the point where you could technically copy Rembrandt. And then you had to do your masterpiece. And that masterpiece was you would take all the technical skill you've learned and then apply it to something that was your artistic vision. And that was the separation from apprentice to master, right? So what I think is very helpful for people who are just beginning is to copy stuff. And what I mean by copy is, decide that I'm going to sculpt this bottle, right? And copy it, right? I mean, measure this distance, measure that distance, measure that distance, and make it right. Because the thing about copying something is that there is a right or wrong. If you're just making stuff in your head, you can chittle chattel forever because there's no right or wrong, right? There's nothing that's wrong. And so there's nothing you can judge yourself by. And in turn, there's never an ending point, right? You can just do it forever. Where if you copy something, well, it's done when it looks like what you're copying. So I think that until you have the technical skill that you do not think about how you're going to do it, copying is a very helpful. I mean, I copy stuff all the time. Like when I did the thing for 1000, he has he's a mural artist and a painter, and he has this thing called Savage Scooter, and it's this guy on a scooter, and he's like, and so, you know, there's a Vespa in his thing. So what I did is I got a whole bunch of research images on a Vespa, and I built a model that was a real Vespa, and I matched it as close as I could. And I spent a lot of time getting it right. And then I took that Vespa and squashed it and turned it out and comicked it, you know, turned it more into an illustration than a detailed model of a Vespa. But what that allowed me to do is I now have a very accurate model of a Vespa in case I ever need it in the future. So I'm building a library of parts, but it also allows me to not interpret at the beginning, but to copy. And that uses a different part of your brain in some ways. And I find that it's a really important exercise. So anytime I'm doing something that's stylized or not quite realistic, I will, like a pistol. I have a whole bunch of gun models because I did all kinds of little things like awards and things like that that had guns in them, and a lot of them were stylized. But I would identify what that gun was, and I would do I would break it out in parts, and I'd do the triggers, and I mean, like I build these models that are more math than design because, you know, they're all there. And that was a really good way to separate how your brain works, right? You're using different parts of your brain to do it. And I also think it trains you to look and to have a critical eye, right? Because criticism isn't bad. I mean, as long as it's constructive in the sense of, here, this is wrong, that's wrong. Because there are things that are right and wrong. Now, in something like this, what's right or wrong? I don't know. It's rabbit, goat, monkey guy, you know. So you can say, well, his face isn't goaty enough. Well, I can find a reference with a picture of a rabbit head, you know. Well, that one has a goat head. Well, I don't know, you know, as I go along, maybe I'm going to stretch this face out and make it a little bit more like a goat. Maybe I'm not, but there's no wrong in this process, right? Because I'm just jimmy jabbing around. None of this is important to me. Where if you copy, like if I said, okay, I'm going to do, like if I were practicing or working, I would say, okay, I like this guy. And I'm going to take this image and I'm going to copy it. And I mean, I'm going to make these hair tufts the right size. I'm going to make these hair tufts in the right place. I'm going to make the expression the same. I'm going to make the eyes, the hands, the eyes. I'm going to make everything correct. And that is a very useful tool. And so I would say that, especially as a beginner, don't be scared to find something. But when you're doing it, you're not being inspired by it. You are copying it. And that allows you, I mean, you can take a ruler. Are the eyes the same proportion as, you know, I mean, do you know what proportional dividers are? Do people know what proportional dividers are?
No.
Oh, really? Oh, these are great. everyone should own one of these. They're the greatest things in the world. So I have quite a few of these. And so if you can see down the center here, this tells you what your percentile change is. And then when you measure something with this side, like let's say you have half or 50%, right? So anything you measure on this size, this is going to be half that size. And this is a really good way of measuring something and taking it over to your model and fixing it. And so it's easy to screw it and, you know, get your reference image up and then get the scale of your model up and then measure it. And you can tell if things are the right size. You can tell if things are right or wrong. Proportional dividers are super, super helpful. I have like 6 pairs of these. I have a lot of these. I actually have a pair that was made for us by a German engineering company that are this long. Oh, they're so sexy. I paid a fortune for those things. Oh my God, they were outrageously expensive. You don't need that. But you can find them on eBay and things like that. And all the good drafting supply companies have them. Starrett and Brown and Brown, and they're really, really useful tools. And that way, you know, you can look at something and then flip it over and compare sizes. And then that way you can really tell, is that right? Is that right? Is that right? And when I say copy, I mean be that exact. And it'll teach you to see. And that's all this is learning how to see. At the end of the day, it's really what this whole art game is about, is learning how to see. And as soon as you can see, no, stop. I don't even know what I did. Stop. What did I just change? That's not beneficial. Oh, that's what a clip circle. That's not what we want. Nope. Wrong brush. I don't even know what it's supposed to be. I think it's just select rectangles, what we're looking for. Okay. So I'd say that's probably the best advice I could give, is copy. Did that answer your question?
I think so.
Good. Haha. I mean, like here you can see I looked at the eyes and they weren't very expressive. So I just went in and changed my eyes a little. And you can see I didn't get in there and dig around and make them super exact because, you know, none of the body's that far along. So I'm just finding places, I'm hopping around, finding places to work on something. And just hop. What happened there? How did that become that? That's supposed to be clay tubes. Did it change back? I hate it when it does that. Where's my reset? I don't have reset on my button. Look, and that's a chisel. Man, I've been sloppy with my buttons tonight. I don't like that you can change that easily. It's a little frustrating because I do it all the time. they're really good for resin storage. There's nothing wrong with those jars. I mean, obviously he doesn't want my opinion on things. I see how he is. I look up and snarky friggin' audience again. I see how you guys are. Don't appreciate what the gems that you're getting from me, I see. Jars is a gem. They make great stuff.
I mean, clearly he appreciated the point, or they, I don't know if it's he. They appreciated the point enough last time to remember what you were selling.
Fair enough. I wasn't
So-
selling it. I was just showing you guys.
You were selling the idea of them.
Fair enough, I guess. Okay, that's really going to piss me off that changed. How do I do that? How did I change it? I don't know what I pushed to do that, but it is so super frustrating.
What changed?
See, look, this is no longer clay tubes, and see how this has changed to chisel.
Yeah.
While you're hovering over it, you tap it, and somehow I must have hit like B for brush and then T for trim or whatever. It's really friggin' frustrating. And I don't know what I do, so I can't put it back. And that's like one I use all the time. I can't. How do I misplace clay tubes?
Can you
I mean-
just click it twice? And click it again.
Really, is that?
And doesn't it open up the brush palette where you can select the one to store its new slot? Where you're like 30 seconds behind, so
Okay,
if you're over there bashing on the screen, I can't see it yet.
there I am, bashing on the screen.
Oh, strange. So when I accidentally do that on mine, I just activate whatever I accidentally put there and then click it again, and it opens up the brush palette, and I just select what I want to actually be there.
Maybe. Wait, hold on. Let's see if this works. Did it change back? No.
I don't use that blue menu at all.
What blue menu?
The actual, like the brush palette that you have underneath of your TSW brush
Why is
palette.
this grayed out? I can select any tool except for the one that's supposed to be there? Yeah, that's... What? You're right. Double click.
Yeah.
Wait.
Double-
TW clay tubes. Okay, that worked. So how... Okay. But I was trying that just a second ago and it totally didn't work. Okay. See? ZBrush Pro tips right here. Hammer on the screen until it works. That's my... Because that obviously works, right? That's why I did it.
Pro tip straight from Wacom. If it doesn't work, bash your screen in so hard you break it.
Yep. It's very good. Wacom's all down for that. And we have this friendly service of replacing your screen for only $19.95.
1995.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That was a given.
On average, how much time do you spend on a project?
That's hard.
On a project.
You know, it really completely depends. I mean, I know that everyone says that, but you know, there are things that I will spend months on, you know, but that's definitely not the only thing I'm working on. Like I rotate projects often, and like, you know, recording videos, I'll be working on a project, or you know, it's such a tricky thing. So if you're talking about, let's say I'm going to design an engagement ring for you. So we'll have a talk. So we'll talk for a few hours. And then I'll sit down and do a block up. That probably, I mean, honestly, that can take, depending on the complexity of the part, that can take me anywhere between 10 minutes and hour. I mean, if it's a rough block up, an hour. I'll divide that up and, put some planes on it, and then I'll show it to you. So now we're billable hours, maybe 2.5, 3 hours of billable hours. If it's a plain ring, most engagement rings and stuff aren't super detailed. We'll have our talk. I'll spend maybe 2 hours on it, 3 hours on it. I'll show it to you again. We'll change it or whatever. I'll give you another change. We'll do it. And then I'll probably spend 3 to 4 hours sitting there cleaning it, making it tight, making it really good. I'll then, decimate it and try to get it to be a watertight model. If that works with one button, great. Sometimes that then in turn takes me 6 hours because you have to go back, remesh it, reproject it. Sometimes that can be a massive pain in the butt. Sometimes getting a model watertight, it just doesn't want to be watertight and it gives you grief. So, but I mean, I can get a project done in a day, right? In a 10 to 14 hour billing cycle. That's why I don't bill by the hour anymore. I bill by the day because I can't make money by the hour. And I charge $200 an hour and I can't make money billing by the hour really. So, I bill by the day. And so that way, probably it's a 1 to 3 day process usually because the returns and the back and forth. But I will have been working on other projects usually. I very rarely, if I'm just working on one thing, if it takes me a day and a half, like a billable project, if I'm just sitting around noodling, I mean, I can work. I mean, that sugar skull ring I've been working on for 16 years. I change it. A new thing comes out and I'll go back and fiddle futz with things. So, like if I have no agenda and no real idea of what I'm doing, like I have a rough idea, I'm going to sculpt around this stone, I can spend a day or two on it. If it's really super anal and I really have no idea, I can spend a week on something, 4 or 5 days. But once again, very rarely am I, wow, what kind of sandals can we put on him? Normally, a few days if I don't have an agenda. Like,
how long did the Aztec ring for Formlabs take in your very rough estimate?
I probably spent a week and a half on that.
Okay.
Because I did each character separately, very high res, because that ring was really designed as a print test. So I was very, very precise about some of the things that I wanted to know. So I know that certain steps were 1/10 of a millimeter. I know certain steps were 2/10 of a, right. It was actually a very organized piece in its conception because it was really designed as a print test. Will this printer be able to print test? And I had planned for things not to be printable. I put stuff in there that I was like, okay, this isn't going to show up. And some of that stuff showed up the clearest and the best. It was actually quite an interesting experiment in sculpting in layers and keeping things flat as opposed to bowy or bubbly. We learned a lot off that print, actually. But I would say definitely I spent over a week on that. Because I sculpted each one of those high res. Mm-hmm. And actually, I probably spent a little longer than that because I was using it streaming. So, but if I did it all in a row, yeah, I'd say a week and a half. of real work days, you know. Yeah, that one took quite a bit of work. That was
It's very detailed.
yeah, that's a tricky piece.
And then you turn around and bust out a Abraham Lincoln in one night.
Good old babe. See, I don't know why you're hating on my sculpting skills over there, buddy. Abraham Lincoln was a masterpiece.
An absolute masterpiece.
I don't know.
No qualifier necessary.
I don't know if our Puka here is going to be nearly as exciting.
You know, there'll be an audience for it.
Oh my god, ridiculous. It's just, having his breast this low is just so funny for me. That's the only thing I'm struggling with, you know. Well, to be fair.
It's the one thing. The web toes, perfect.
I don't know what you're talking about. Those are great. You know, those are those, what were they called? Those toe shoes that were really popular for a while.
Oh, yeah, I had a pair of those.
I did too. Actually, they were really comfortable. I had no problems with those.
Yeah, I forget what they're called.
What were those called?
Huh. Find out in 2 seconds.
And they were their own company, right? They weren't put out by like Nike or anything like that. They were
Vibrams.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think there were other companies that were making them, but Vibrams was the big one.
Yeah. Actually, those were pretty comfy. I love them. They came in horrible colors too. I had like a pair of baby blue ones. They were awesome. People were just like, what is wrong with you? Baby blue and yellow toe shoes. Congratulations, Dorcas. I'm like, yeah, I don't care. They're comfy. I'll tell you, I've been pretty sold on these goofy kung fu shoes. I needed a new pair of shoes that were closed, you know, because I have, what are the Keens? I wear Keens everywhere. And it was getting to be snow. And I was like, okay, I guess I should have a closed toe shoe. And I was like, okay, what can I get for some closed toe shoe? And there's a Chinese company and a French company that make them. What are they called? Feiyu. These things.
I'll react in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, it'll be there in a minute. There it is. But they're just, they're just a light canvas shoe.
Oh,
but
yeah.
they have a natural rubber sole, so they're actually pretty grippy, And now I had no idea because I got them from the French site. But they were like $18. I'm like, I can spend $18 on a pair of shoes. And I bought some elastic shoelaces. I know. And so they're just slip-ons, but they're like little canvasy slip-ons. They're awesome.
So when in my frustration, I say to you, Thomas, how do you tie your shoes in the morning?
I don't.
You don't.
I don't.
Oh, that explains so much.
I spent $8 on elastic shoelaces, baby. I don't tie my shoes ever. It's so funny after spending a number now, but I learned my first Christmas season in Tokyo. You over Christmas and New Year's, you visit, right? Everyone visits houses, and you bring little house gifts. Well, I went with my my hiking boots. And so every place we stopped, I had to lace and unlace my shoelaces to take them on and off.
Yep.
And after that, I've never owned a pair of lace-up shoes again. I was like, nope, never again. I mean, I have my hiking boots, in case you need to. Well, I don't anymore. The cyborgs left them in London. They might still be at the loft in London, but no, I'll never wear a lace-up shoe again in my life. I'm like, nope, never again. That's it. You did me in for lace-ups. I only lasted like 3 days. I was like, okay, we got to go buy me a pair of shoes that aren't lace-up. They're like, yeah, you do. We're so sick of sitting around waiting for you to tie your damn shoes. I was like, yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, that'll do it. Pathetic.
So we have an audience suggestion that I don't want to say out loud, but I'm going to anyway. A suggestion for what you should do with the feet to, keep that Irish theme. You do some 4-leaf clovers.
Oh,
Your feet.
you are so good.
And
like
Ian,
it.
you're right. Your words do have consequences, and we're going to see them. And
I was
I'm
actually
less excited than you are.
I was thinking of making them hooves.
Yeah.
What time is it? What am I doing? Oh, it's still fairly early. Okay.
Yeah, we got 2 hours.
All right. I'm like, I haven't really done much. Well, I've fiddle-fuddled around quite a bit.
Yeah, he's definitely getting some personality.
Yeah. People are going to look at this and go, how is that Irish? They're like, what is wrong with you, you dork?
Well, I mean, you'd probably say that about a lot of mythological creatures.
Yeah, fair enough. So funny. I just, I didn't want to do a leprechaun. I was about to, though. We were close.
We were.
Homie has a bush. That's a whole lot of inner thigh hair he's got there. I gotta get better at humming. I have a feeling this is going to be a big part of my career in the future. I gotta develop some professional skills here,
It's probably more entertaining if you don't learn how to hum and you just keep doing it.
Fair enough. I love that cat boop thing. I was like, oh man, I didn't even know there were boop memes.
Oh, yeah.
Who knew? I guess someone who pays attention to social media, because there are billions of them. I didn't even know boop was a thing. It's just a noise that comes out of my body.
Yeah.
So all my students just think I'm trying to be cute and in tune with social media? Probably not, actually.
No.
No.
No, everybody knows better. Instantly knows better. But I think boop has been applied to a lot of things over the years. Cats is just the latest one.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it's like a thing. I mean, it's real. It's not a. I was like, whoa. I was like, oh, boop meme. I should look for one. I bet I can find one. 11 billion later. I was like, oh. That's what. It's so funny. It's like, I don't feel old in any way, shape, or form in my life until I hit the internet. Then I'm just like, oh my God, what has happened to the world? I'm like, something has gone very wrong. I mean, I remember life before MTV, let alone the internet. I remember when only the army used the internet. Well, it was what, 5 or 6 labs? Was it Fermi, Lawrence Livermore, Bell, and there were like just a handful of the labs that had it initially, right?
I think it was a school.
Was it school?
Yeah, I think it was something Hawaii something.
Al Gore must have gone there.
And saw the tubes.
He invented the internet. That poor guy. Boy, misstating something can really live with you forever.
Yeah, it's just a really bad analogy because, I mean, honestly, he wasn't that far off.
No, I know.
Not as far off as the ridicule.
No, exactly. I mean, they really did sign the bill that funded it. I mean, it's not like. It's not like he was completely off his rocker.
UCLA to Stanford was the very first.
Oh, interesting. I mean, makes sense. You got to get old Einstein in there. Einstein was at Stanford at the time, wasn't he? He might have been at Caltech. But I thought he was at Stanford for a while. I think he wound up at Caltech. Oh, God, I can't remember. So has the Martian Proby thing done anything cool yet?
Sent back the first audio from Mars.
Oh, yeah? How was that?
It went.
Was it? Something like that?
Yep.
I can impersonate Mars.
Yep. Or you can impersonate the lander jettisoning away from the blah 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 thingy.
No, that doesn't count. That's
Yeah.
a rocket. That's not.
It was
Mars.
a rocket. It was the sound of a rocket. Mars. It's not. Mars isn't making any of its own sounds.
Oh, I bet Mars makes noise.
You think so?
If a tree falls on Mars, you're like, there are no trees. No, but if.
If a tree falls on Mars, we've had a lot of science wrong.
Okay. If a rover falls off a cliff, did the other rover hear it falling?
No. The other rover does not have microphones, which is why this is the first audio we've captured from Mars.
The older one could fall.
All right.
See, right? Uh-huh.
Yes.
See, I got you on
yes.
that one.
You did.
Mr. Smarty Pants over there. I can think science too, buddy. I don't really use social media. I post, but like I don't read anything. It just made me throw myself off a cliff if I participated. But I have to admit, what is it, the IFL Science MySpace page or Facebook page or whatever the hell, you know what I'm talking about? Do you know?
I can assume. Sure.
Have you ever seen it?
No.
It's pretty good. It's just daily awesome science facts. You're just like, yeah. I'm listening to a really interesting biography of Darwin, because this guy is a science writer, and he spent a lot of time in the field with natural biologists, and so he decided to write a book on Darwin that doesn't go into the Beagle years and stuff, but really talks about his writing and from his notes, his development of the ideas. It's really, really interesting. Because Darwin had a lot of issues with, his own ideas. It's not like he, because, removing God from science was a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you were in a nation that had a state religion. They were not real stoked about that. And it's listening to him write his notes where he's like, well, if that's true, that means this. And then he's like, whoa, I don't know if I even want to say that out loud. He's really conflicted with what the ideas lead to, because he had no intention of trying to rock the boat that hard, but a real scientific mind going, well, wait a minute, if this is this, then that's that, right? So it's still pretty early, but it's really interesting because so much of it is based on his notes.
Mm-hmm.
I've been enjoying it. It's a good one. It's hard to find good biographies. I listen to some of them and I just want to, I'm just like, first of all, who hires these people? It's just like, how did you decide that's the guy that needs to read this, or that's the woman who needs to read it? Often it's horrible. Like, I got one really good person reading Nietzsche's books, and then the other one is like a stereotypical or a stereotype of a British snob. And then I'm just like, how did you ever get a job? You are the worst reader in the world. And Nietzsche needs to be taken pretty seriously because he's one of the most misrepresented writers there is. It's just what Nazism did to Nietzsche is just crazy, because that was his psycho sister. That wasn't him. He was predicting that to happen, and I feel that he was really incredibly misrepresented. He's actually brilliant. As far as a social forecaster, he was on it. He saw this nonsense coming, and actually I'm a big Nietzsche fan. I think that he's a very insightful dude. And it just makes me die that I can't listen to these books because they hired this ringing jing-jong to read it. It's just like, it's horrible. Hold on, let me see. I'm going to find it for you. Okay, hold on. Audible. Library. In my library. What do you mean, none in my library? Oh, that's niche. That's funny. How do you spell Nietzsche?
I have absolutely no idea. Never heard of him.
What?
Nope.
Are you serious?
Nope. My master's degree was in computer science.
You ever heard of nihilism?
Yes.
Okay. Then you've heard of it.
But not by a person who then explained to me the origin of it.
Yeah, I did spell it right. What's going on? N-I-C-E-E. N-I-C-H-E. Okay, that's super weird. What am I doing wrong here? Something's wrong. Oh, yeah, no, that's not how you spell it. There's a Z in there. Okay. Let's try this again. I'm like, that doesn't seem right. Something's wrong here. So if anyone knows anything, I'm a crappy speller. All right, hold on. So is this the... Where's in my library? Come on. I think this is it. Oh, it's just painful. Is this the guy? Let's see if this is the guy.
Preface 1. Concerning great things, one should either be silent or one should speak loftily. Loftily, that is to say, cynically and innocently.
You're a lousy reader, you dork.
What I am now going
Stop
to
it.
relate
No, we're not
is
listening
the
to you.
history
Stop.
of
Horrible.
I think that might be the same guy that read... What are those really crazy Alice in Wonderland books?
Alice in Wonderland?
No. Well, yes, but no. It's... Alice goes back to Wonderland and there's a war.
Yeah. Yeah. The rest of the Oz. No, not Oz. Alice goes back to Wonderland?
Yeah.
Was he a crappy, pompous reader? Ugh, I just... Stop. Just read the damn book. Give me the information. Watch that guy be a ZBrusher. He's like, you know what? I was going to take your class, but you're a jerk.
The Looking Glass Wars by Frank Better. The person who read that sounded exactly the same, and I was kind of into it.
Oh, yeah. Well, so...
But it fit.
It's a story. Yeah, I mean, we're talking about philosophy. And, you know, it's pretty serious, austere. You got to think deep to kind of wrap your head around what he's trying to get across. And when I have to battle, when you have to battle someone who sounds so outrageously pretentious, because the one book is the reader's great. And thus spoke Zarathustra. But just can't take it. Kills me. I've become really picky about readers. I'll tell you, I listened to some books that I would never, ever, ever have purchased because I really like the readers. Yeah, I think everyone should read a little Nietzsche and wrap their heads around what's going on. But so Ubermensch or the Iron Man, that whole Nazi concept, and Nietzsche gets blamed
I know
for
Iron
it
Man,
all
but
the
I don't remember any Nazis in the Avengers.
slightly different concept. You're not a big history reader.
Oh, different Iron Man, huh? Interesting.
Yeah, it's Ozzy Osbourne song.
Yeah, that one I know. Yeah, that one I know that one.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't say that he wrote necessarily stupid shit. I would just say that he's definitely a product of his time. I think that people took 3 sentences out of paragraphs that didn't mean what those sentences mean, I think that is, and I'm not, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying Nietzsche is my guiding light, but I do think that he was greatly misrepresented. And a lot of that had to do with his sister really wanted to be a Nazi. And so when his brain basically stopped working. And so he lived sort of trapped in a body, but his brain sort of worked, his connection with his brain stopped working. And his sister kind of kept him trapped at the house, and it kept him having Nazi parties at the house, inviting him over. Yeah, it's a great story. Oh, that poor guy. I can see how you can become nihilistic when you're trapped in your body and you have to go to Nazi parties because you have no say-so. It's like, oh, poor bugger. Like I said, he did actually lose his mind. I mean, he did go crazy. So, yeah, there's definitely some questionable things. But I would say that a lot of the things that are super questionable are often misrepresentations of things he wrote. But, I mean, the dude did lose it, so there were definitely 2 different periods of his writing as well. And there's a set of journals that were found more recently. And they're actually quite fascinating because it's right at the time where he's struggling with losing his mind, and he realizes that his cognitive abilities are dwindling or changing, and just, I had a time where my brain changed dramatically, and it was very obvious to me. And so I can sort of understand where you aren't what you were, 2 weeks ago. There's this slippage that is tangible and real. And, yeah, so I think that I feel for that part of him for sure, because I think that it's very traumatic to know that your brain capacity is changing, and it's there, and things that you could do a couple weeks ago you can't do now. Yeah, that's some wacky changes to go through. I feel sorry for him. And I do feel sorry that his sister was such a psychotic Nazi-loving geek. Yeah, it's crazy when you're a product of your time. And, yeah, it's wild. I think we do not teach or use history anymore. Well, we don't deal with truth much anymore, sadly. Truth is a dead idea. Makes me cry a little. I love, I almost cried laughing. I don't know if, I'm not really a TV person, but I've been house sitting with this woman, and you know, she's older, she's 76, and so I go down and spend social time with her, you know, during the day. And so she's been watching a lot of TV, and there's a Facebook ad that's out, and it's like all these people have kind of crappy plants, and then they all look on Facebook and they're like, oh, you need to sing to your plants. And so then the whole commercial is like all these different people singing to their plants. And then at the end, there's this black guy singing to his plant, and it turns into this huge like tree plant. And I was like, oh my God, that's the most honest Facebook advertisement ever placed. Sing to your plant, it'll turn into a tree. No, that's not true. That's not true. That's not good. Water your plant. I'm not saying singing doesn't help, but you know, first of all, that plant doesn't get that big. So, you know, it's like, it's super hysterical that it's just complete BS information. And they're like, oh, look, Facebook, we'll lie to you. It's like, there it is. Can't beat that, can you? Yeah.
All right, I'm going to derail you for a ZBrush question.
Okay.
A little while ago, you used some different flattening tools. Can you tell us which ones they were, and do they come with ZBrush? Did you download them after? And I don't remember which ones you used.
Neither do I. Well, I use SK Trim all the time. So it might have been SK Trim, which is one of Sakaki Kauru's brushes. And he has a Gumroad, and I use a lot of his brushes. So what I like about the SK, this is the SK Trim brush, or it's SK Trim Polish. And what's really nice about this brush is that it retains edges. So unlike the flattening stuff would roll over edge, SK Trim Polish, if you give it an edge and then you come back and you give it an edge, do you see how it really tries to retain that surface edge? Right? It doesn't like, I'm going to roll over it, but it doesn't do that. It tries to retain that edge. So it's a good way to develop a pinch. I use H Polish, which is aggressive flattener. But if you'll notice, it sort of gives you can get dips, right? You can see that this surface sort of does that. So it's a softer flattening brush. And so if I want to really accentuate a surface, if I bring it in, it can give me that scooped silhouette, and it's a little more aggressive on edges, right? And then I use flatten, and once again, it's soft. You can see how it's a scoopy surface, where SK Trim Polish really tries to give you a nice flat surface. See how it flattened that out? And see how it flattens that out? But it tries to retain the sharpness of the edges. So the number one flattening or smooth flattening tool I use is SK Trim Polish. So is that the one that I used? Because the other nice thing about it is it'll retain it'll cut into a surface. Hold on, let's get back out of this. In the sense of, you can do it. Keep going. Go. Goodness gracious, how many strokes did I do? That's crazy. I thought I just laid that down like twice. Come on. It doesn't like that, does it? Okay. Nope, that's not what what's going on? No, I did. No.
Uh-oh.
No, that's fine. So the
When
other
was
nice
the last
thing.
time you quick saved?
Who knows? Whatever. I didn't lose enough. It was fine. The other thing that SK Trim Polish does that's nice is that like I can come in here and it'll sort of cut in like that. Right? It's going to try to stay flat to that plane. So if I'm trying to do flesh folds, I find that it works really well because it's going to try to stick to the plane that you're on, and it'll allow you to come around something and polish those intersections a little. So hopefully that's the one that you were talking about.
Had to be one of those.
Yep, those are the only three I use. So. But you can see how it'll give me that edge if I'm using it to retain that sharpness. Doo-doo.
How different are those from Trim Dynamic?
Very. Trim Dynamic is pretty aggressive. And I use Trim Dynamic to knock off corners, not retain them. So the nice Trim Dynamic's in my toolkit. It's a brush I use quite a bit. But I use it for basically one thing. So if this is a pinch, right? If I have a nice sharp edge, and sometimes it's like SK Trim, right? If I try to knock that off, see how it sort of flibble flobbles, it'll fall off the ridge. Trim Dynamic's really good. It just knocks the living bejeebus off of edges. So you just come back in and it's a really good tool for knocking edges off. And sometimes, like when your other tools aren't working and you really need to get in there and get it to knock something off, Trim Dynamic's pretty good about that, right? But Trim Dynamic is a very aggressive tool. It's not, I mean, I suppose you can turn it down and make it subtle, but it's not really designed to be a subtle tool. It's really out there to hammer that surface in and get it to work. Oh, this is wrong. Look at that. That needs to go up. The elbow belongs to the forearm. Important.
Is Mesh Splat one of the .6 brushes?
Mesh what?
Mesh Splat?
Yes. That is one of the new brushes.
So Ashish, he won't know the answer to that.
Well, what do you want to know about it? I mean, I know
How do you give more thickness to Mesh Splat?
Z intensity.
Z intensity.
Mm-hmm. We'll make
JR
it thicker.
said it was draw size.
Z intensity makes it thicker.
All right.
Well, here, let's look. It's, where is it? Mesh Splat. No, it won't do it on things that have multiple subdivisions. Boop. Z intensity. See, it doesn't change the thickness, it just changes the pattern size. Well, maybe you don't. That's 0. That's 100.
They look the same.
That's draw size nothing. Maybe you don't. I know that on the curve one, it's the Z intensity that makes it thicker. So I assume, I mean, you're changing the size of your pattern with your draw. Well, actually, I think you change the size of the pattern with how big you make the splat. Interesting. Turn lazy mouse off. Turn a lazy mouse off. Are you kidding me? So actually, I think it is draw size. I mean, how big you make the splat. Because we just changed the intensity and brush size, and it was relative to the size of the space that you're making.
Is it actually thicker?
Yep. I would say it's a little thicker. I
So
mean,
what
just
about
because...
the gravity stuff?
What about gravity?
Would that have any effect on it? Like the, I don't, so I know the little pencil icon is gravity, like direction of gravity, but the one right next to the pencil icon, that orange,
Well,
the
that's
larger orange
depth.
square.
Well, here. Oh, well, hold on. I don't want to do that. Nah, it doesn't look like it's doing... Yeah, that went in a little deeper. That's small. That's big. So I think this, because the splatter is kind of a built-in alpha, it's based on an alpha. The bigger you draw the splat, the bigger the pattern is, and in turn, the thicker it is. But we just changed the intensity and brush size, and it didn't seem to have much change on it all. So I would say that it is probably, you notice I'm saying probably, just how big you draw the splat. And actually, in using this tool, it kind of makes sense as a tool step, because I can come in here and do little splats and then make it a bigger splat and make my pattern bigger. So I think as a tool function, that makes sense. Yeah?
Yeah.
Indubitably.
Indeed, sir, indeed.
I don't like the lazy mouse though. Because see, you can come in and get smaller patterns.
Are there any of the .6 features you're excited about?
Well, there are some new, some of the lofting along the curbs or extrude curb things are going to be super helpful for jewelry. So those are pretty darn cool. I haven't played with them yet, but you can do it with alpha or you can do it with a physical shape. And so for doing complicated borders that you can just get a curve and, you know, tap it and boom, you're lofting along those curves. For jewelry, that's awesome. That's super exciting. There's a version of this brush that I'll have to kind of go back into where, and hold on, I think it has to do with mesh project and see how that gives you, now see here, if I'm not mistaken, this is Z intensity. Nope. Nope. So once again, I think these are relative to the size you draw them. That looks like that's a consistent thickness.
I don't think so.
Well,
I think Paul showed us how to make that.
Different thicknesses.
Yeah,
I mean,
when they introduced it.
I'm sure he did. I just see this is why they don't want us demoing
Right.
things we don't know about. But I'm not saying I know, to be fair.
Yeah. Yeah, you downloaded this update right before the stream started.
Yeah. Everybody understand I had like 22 minutes that I could have feasibly played with this. So I am claiming no knowledge. But I'm willing to sit here and play with this a little. So, okay, so let's go Z intensity 0. Z intensity 100. And those don't look like they're different thicknesses. Okay, so it's not Z intensity. Draw size. Make it super small. Draw size, make it super big. And those look like they're the same thickness. But you're right, he was also using live Boolean on the one, so he would create the object and he was using live Boolean to cut it in. Let's do that and hold down Alt. No. So you can, you have to start on. I didn't push it. But I think you're right. There was a way. Oh, is it in Picker? Depth. No, I think it might be in Picker. I just don't. Because a lot of these are controlled in Picker now. I know that that's a new thing they've added that has to do with some of this. See, this is where I don't know. So I'm probably not being very helpful. But somebody will know. Sorry. But it's super cool. Here, we'll give him a heart tattoo. Or not. Oh, this has multiple subdivision surfaces. It won't do it. Yeah. Sorry. I tried.
I forgive you.
Someone should. Oh, stop it. Now, how about that Nietzsche? No. What's going on?
No. I'm sure there's more questions in here.
What's going on? Why isn't this working? Am I just crazy? Well, that's a completely different issue, isn't it?
Yeah, unrelated. Or tangentially related. We do have one more question, and the answer is Lazy Nizumi. How do you make perfectly straight lines with any brush, but they cited specifically those flattening brushes?
Lazy Nizumi. Let's turn on hook window. No, preset toolbar. There it is. Bring this guy over here. Put you there. Put you there. And then all you have to do is hit Control 1 and tap. Did they change that? There was an update. I wonder if they changed the hook window. Bastards. Okay, hold
Yeah, I haven't got it installed on this machine yet.
on. 1 sec. That's annoying. Settings. Do you see where we would have that hook window setting?
Isn't it in? I mean, I see Windows settings, and it's not that.
Edit shortcuts. Hook window. Control 3. They did change it. Look at that.
Huh.
I wonder what that's about. Interesting. F1 must be doing something else. All right. So, Control F3. There we go. See how it flashed red? So now it's locked to this program. So let's say you want to do like a perfect circle in the eye. Pick circle. Grab it. Drag it over to where you want. Pick your brush. What is that G-force overlay thing? And you can draw perfect circles. And then
It thinks you're playing a game now.
Bastards. Yeah. You want a straight line, you just pick, I use this one for the most part. Come here, choose your angle. Shoot. Shoot. Yeah. So lazy Nizumi is the way to do it. Lazy Nizumi is absolute awesome sauce. Did that get it? Did that answer?
Yup.
Yo.
And there's a link to the Lazy Nizumi website in chat. Windows only. Though there is an alternative
Oh, what was it called?
for Mac that definitely has a name. And its name is... Hedge Stylus.
Yeah. But it's spelled weird. Isn't there like a verbal joke to it? Hey, stylus.
Well, yeah, it might be.
I think it's hey.
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 Oh yeah. Sorry, Karsten. This question came up a while ago. How come you're not using Dynamesh or Sculptris Pro when sculpting? What is your thought behind using old mode with subdivisions?
What do you mean, old mode?
I think he's just calling you old.
Let's see how you are. Well, I mean, using subdivisions isn't old. It's just using quadrature geometry that you can subdivide. So the real key so I'll use Dynamesh, and I'll use Sculptris Pro. I use Sculptris Pro at the end of my process, though, after I decimate something. So here, I'll show you how I use Sculptris Pro. Let me find form bump. Okay, so right now I'm at 11 million polys, so I have a lot of geometry here, right? So I can come in and put some very tiny detail in. And I'm going to take you and come in here and do some really tiny little lines. Right, so I've done this tiny detail. Woohoo, look at that tiny detail. So now when we come here, and I'm going to decimate this, and I'm going to say, what, do we have something that's sort of sculpted? Well, it doesn't matter. It's fine. So I'm going to decimate this, right? So I've got all my sculpting done. I'm now going to decimate it down to, we have to go below 80,000, 75,000. So now come on, you can do it. You can do it. We haven't tried decimation as a test yet, have we?
No, we should run that.
Yeah, see which one that process is. So as you can see now, I have this decimated model, and I don't have enough geometry, so I'm going to take project real quick and just project this down. And you can see that there's no way I have enough geometry to do this high detail area. So what I do is I come down here, I take my high detail area and make it my history state. There you are. Boop. Come on. Did it take it? Uh-oh. Cancel. What's going on up there? No, I want you to go all the way to the end, you jerk. Okay, let's turn that off. Oh my goodness, what is up? I guess we only have 16 megabytes of RAM. Maybe that's it. Drag you all the way over. Really? Oof. It doesn't like that. I don't know what. Look, that's 1,000. That's almost 1,000 steps I'm missing. What has gone on here?
While that's doing a thing, I think what the part of your method that I like the most about using subdivisions instead of just, a Dynamesh the entire time is that you can make huge changes on lower subdivisions that don't affect your detail at higher subdivisions.
Yeah, that's wow. What is going on here? 16 gigs of RAM. You think that's what's going on here?
I think that's exactly what's going on here. Yeah.
Why don't you like the ZBrush decimation? It's great. I mean,
yeah,
you retain wonderful surface detail for knocking it down low. I mean, for manufacturing, it's awesome. Okay. Sorry, I don't know what it's doing, but it's doing something weird. Close program. Hopefully we saved. Hopefully we saved recently. Come on, you. Why do you need to modify the underlying subdivision?
I think they're saying when you subdivide, it modifies the underlying subdivision, the underlying geometry.
It just quadulates it. I mean, it's not doing anything fancy. It's just, if you have, 40 cubes, it turns it into 80, right? Well, no, it
Double
quads
cube,
it, yeah.
Turns it into 160.
Yeah, no. I'm not allowed to add anymore. God, ridiculous. Huh.
But Metal Dragon, when you get up to like 7 subdivisions, which is where your Dynamesh typically would be at that sort of poly count, moving the points doesn't matter because there's so many of them.
Yeah, I'm not doing point modeling when I start subdividing,
Yeah.
See, the thing is like what makes, how long ago well, not that long ago. Let's see where,
It doesn't change the geometry of any lower subdivisions.
See, so here's the benefit of subds, right? So I'm up here, I'm sculpting at 11 million polys. I then lower my resolution. And I'm like, okay, you know what? I want this. It's, his chest his head's in the wrong place. His chest is too small. I want this to be sucked up a little more. I want my silhouette to change a little here. And I want his head to be bigger. I'm just going to come in. W. I'm going to try this here. Now, we've been sculpting on this for a while, right? I'm going to make some pretty dramatic changes. Right? So I moved it around. I changed the skull. I did all that stuff at low poly. I'm just going to go back up. One of these days. And you can see that in all reality, my sculpt didn't change that much. Now, you can see that there was a little pinching here. That's because of where I masked off. So I'd be like, oh, I need to mask lower. So I would just come back here, undo that. You can see where it did it right there, right? Where it folded over. I'm going to go, I'm going to make the head bigger, but I'm going to raise it up a touch. And I'm going to, this is where the problem is. I'm going to do that. I'm going to grab move, come down here. I'm going to bring that down and bring that up because this is where that crossover was. I'm just going to hit smooth and just kind of knock that back a touch so that crossover isn't happening. See, this right here has been a cross. I'm just going to hit smooth and knock that back. Higher resolution. Let's just drag it all the way up real quick and see what it does. Normally I do it as we go. You're going to get a little you get a little pinching there. But you can see that, look, I've lost none of my resolution. Even when I punched all that back and in, I've changed the shape of the body and I didn't mangle my sculpt. So in that sense, it's really powerful, right? I'm going to go back. And so, we have our little groover. The other thing that's really nice is at 11 million, you're not going to get it much. But let's say an art director said, hey, this is great, but I don't want any hair on the arms. Well, if you're here and if you have a Dynamesh and you're trying to smooth this, well, that's worthless. You're never going to get through that. Right? So if we lower our resolution down, I'll start here and I'm just going to tap this and I'm going to relax that submesh. That was a little low to start, honestly. I'm going to go higher and I'm going to relax that out. Higher. Higher. Boom. Higher. Higher. There you go. You can't do that with a Dynamesh, with a single Dynamesh, right? And the thing about the quad model, or why you can't do that with a Dynamesh, is you're not going to Dynamesh something back down to 700 polys. And I like my base mesh to be in that 700 poly range, because that means as I divide it up, you can see we have 8 subdivisions and I have 11 million polys. So this wasn't a 700 poly model. That probably stuck us at what, about 1,000. So when it started quadulating, you know, it gets up higher quicker. But if you have your base model at under 700 polys, you can get that 8 million polys in the 3 to 5 million range. So if we were at 11 million, I'd have 9 subdivision levels. And what's nice about that, the more subdivision levels you have, the more power and control you have in between those subdivision levels to accomplish the detailing in the sculpting. And this is also why I can sculpt at high resolution and then come back down, because a lot of people are like, oh, well, I just can't sculpt in high resolution. It's because you only have 1 subdivision or 2 subdivision levels. So you can't smooth any of that stuff out. You can't move your model. You can't change it. You've lost all of the flexibility of your model, where this allows it to remain super flexible. You know, let's say that, you know, this is, you know, too low. Now it's touching the body, but they want to, like, yeah, you just come all the way back down here. You grab Move Topological, and I drag this armpit up. Now, what's cool about this is, as long as you make sure that your squares sort of travel roughly square, you have much cleaner meshes, and it allows you to get away with moving some of these things much more dramatically, right? Because you can see that in all reality, for that much displacement, I really didn't displace much mesh as we got to the higher meshes.
Yep.
So it's the best way to retain control over your model. And I sculpt really high anal detailed models. And once again, you know, I'm doing everything for manufacturing. So all of the tips and tricks and things that I do are about getting these models out of the program and into printing or milling. So, you know, I have a slightly different desire for the end product. So some of these things, if you're doing gaming and video, you know, if it's just basically renders of stuff, I'm sure there are different and better ways of going about stuff. But if I don't care what you're doing, if you want control over your model, having a high subdivision quad model, you just have so much more control over your mesh. Because if it's a simple quad base, when you do your subdivision jumps, ZBrush is going to sort of reproject the detail per quad as it goes up and down through the subdivisions. So it gives you a ton of control over those things. So let's say, you know, you have a ton of sculpting here and you have all your skin and all your dinky wink, and they want the nipples to be oval, right? But you already have all that really tiny, skinny, pory crap in there, right? Well, you just lower down. Let me see my lines. And you can see here, I know that the nipple is in this square right here. I'm just going to take my Move Topological And I'm just going to move this up. I'm going to move that down a little. But I'm going to make sure that these around it don't change that much. Right? Now's a higher res. I can come back in and just ease the area that I want. Higher res. And now I'm going to just come all the way back up. And you can see that I didn't lose, like, I mean, you can still see the little scratches, dinks, and dunks. And because I didn't move that, that's making, you know, that sort of curvy thing. But, you know, I didn't lose any of my surface sculpting in doing that. So it gives you incredible amount of control over your geometry. And it I really, because of how I sculpt, I like sculpting at high resolution. And that high res allows me to use a very low intensity clay tubes, and I can creep up on my detail, right? I can lay in my hair patterns and see where I'm going, and I'm just going to creep my way up to that detail. So I'm making very detailed decisions at this point, because 90%, like how I sculpt, 90% of the time when I'm sculpting, I don't have a concrete idea when I start. I'm going to hunt. And what I mean by hunt is, you know, I'm going to come in here and start doing this and looking for like little transitional surfaces and find places that I want things to be. And I'm just going to keep laying surfaces on, and I'm going to take them back, and I'm going to lay it on. I'm going to take it back. And this is going to start to inform me where I want my details. And now most people say, well, you can't sculpt at this high res because, you know, I'm sloppy in my first round of sculpting. I just lay stuff in and start moving, and I'm getting my rhythms of the surface and figuring out where I want things to go. And so I really lay down a bunch of lines like I'm sketching, right? You know, like you're sketching in a light blue pencil, and then you come back in with your lead or your ink and you hit those lines that are important. That's all I'm doing. I'm throwing down tons of lines, looking at where my shapes and flows are. You know, I can build up weight, but it's not one step. I'm creeping up on these surfaces. And then I just lower my resolution, hit smooth. And so I don't consider this smoothing. I view this as relaxing my base mesh. And I know you're like, well, what's the difference? It's just a slightly different concept. I'm not, you know, I'm relaxing the squares where that subcutaneous information is. If we're just letting it go, and then we come back up, and I can define where I smooth, so I can keep some of that linear information if I want it. And like I want that to be an edge, let's say, and I want that to be a lip. So I can keep some of that information. We're going to go higher. And we're going to keep the same information. Because see, now I'm smoothing. At this point, I'm not changing the subsurface when I smooth, right? I'm not changing the shape of the model. I'm just getting rid of that surface chatter. Where if you go lower, you're changing the shape of the model, so you're relaxing the meshes. So at different levels, you're doing different things to your model. And now you can see as I have creeped up on this surface, I've retained a handful of those detail lines that are informing me of where my surface is and what's happening. But I still have complete and absolute control over my mesh. So whether I'm sculpting at 90 million polys or I'm sculpting at, 30 polys, even if I have a 90 million poly subtool, that subtool started at 700 or so polygons. Now, early on, like on this one, we did a little sculpturing, right? I dragged the ears up and this and that. I think we have that model here. Is this? Right. So this has been, well, that, I guess I don't have this sculpt. No, this might be it. Yeah, this one's Dynamesh, right? So we went from our, where is it? That's the one, right? Yeah. So I made my mesh or I used the mannequin, I posed him. I Dynameshed him. So now it's a Dynamesh. And here I pulled these out with Sculptris Pro and I did some stuff. But let's say I wanted this to be like this is a place where, let's say I know that I wanted him to have webbed underarms or whatever, right? You know, I'll mask this off. It's soft. And then I'll mask this off. Because these are things you have to do, or that are easier to do in Dynamesh, right? So there are a handful of things that are Dynamesh tools. This is one of them, Sculptris Pro. And I'm going to grab Snake Hook with Sculptris Pro turned on. And I'm going to come here and I'm going to drag these. Oops. Come on. Undo. I'm going to come here and I'm going to drag these so they intersect. Because this is a tool that Sculptris Pro is good at. And then I'm going to drag this, Snake Hook, Dynamesh and Sculptris Pro. And I'm going to bring that stuff in. So now these are attached to the torso. You come here, you re-Dynamesh, boom. You now have a shell with these guys. And it's just, you know, that's not something that's easily done with a quad mesh once you've divided. You know, that's super easy if you're just bridging quads. But, you know, let's say, oh, you know, they made a decision where they want, you know, this wacky stuff connecting. This is a perfect point and time to do your Sculptris Pro stuff, right? And so now when I Dynamesh, that all becomes one part. And then I will take this model, once I got it here, model, and I Z remesh it. And I Z remesh it down to here. And is that where I did it? Yeah. So you can see here, we're at 9,000 polys. And that's why when I started subdividing from here, we only got to 8 polys. But like what I'll do is I'll take this model. No, where are you? That model. And I will Z remesh it to a higher count, right? 15, 20, Z remesh it. And once the Z remesh has happened, I will step it down by doing halves, because like holes and stuff hold up better if it views it as a whole before it reevaluates the geometry. So if I just went down to, like if I typed in 0.7 in the poly count, it would do its best to get to 700 polys, right? 0.7, each one of these target polygons is 1,000. So 0.7, 700. So if you'll notice, we're going to 15. This has all this stuff, so this might take a little while. Here, we're going to escape from that because we don't really want to take the time. And what I'll do is I'll take this and I'll step it down by pushing half every time the Z remesh happens. Hold on, let's go to this guy and I can show you what I mean. So we're here. If I collect half, do not turn on adaptive, leave it at half, and then hit Z remesh. It's half the polys, right? Now we're at 4,000. Half the polys. Half the polys. And you can see that it tries to retain the shapes a little better. One more time. So now I have a 700 poly model. And here I'm going to look at my geometry. So I'm going to say, okay, well, you know what? I know that I'm going to have a lot of detail in the face here. So this subdivision level, this last subdivision kind of sucked. So I can go half, go same, ZRemesh, and see if I can get a better, see, that's a better breakup of the polygons in the face. And since I know that I'm going to put a lot of geometry in here, sometimes these are going to run down the arm, so I might not want to do that. Like I'll spread these and then add geometry, insert edge loop. And actually that worked out really well because you notice it didn't chase down the arms. It just added a little bit more geometry in the face. That's great. And so now when I start to divide, you can see that I have more geometry in the face than I do in the rest of the body. As I divide up, we are at 4 million and I'm at 7. We go, oh, we're running out of memory. But you can see we're 17 million polys and I have 8 subdivision levels, and now I can have a lot of sculpting. Wow, what is that? No, don't. Oof. We had moved topological on. Move topological does not like high poly models. Come on. Escape from that. You can do it. All right, come on, stop. What are you doing? I didn't even touch the model, you jerk.
That's ZBrush letting you know the stream is coming to an end soon.
What? I'm not going to get my guide done?
I don't think so.
I think I might have to finish it at home so they can post the picture.
I think it looks pretty good already.
He's close. It's true. So, okay, stop. What are you doing? Just get out of the dumb death loop you're in. Well, this happens when you only have 16 gigs of RAM. that's what happens here. This is a RAM issue. I don't know. Did that help?
What was the question?
I don't even remember anymore. I don't know.
Yes, I think that helped.
I have no clue.
Use subdivisions. Or don't. It's your call. We like them.
You have control, when your lowest poly count is like 30,000 or 40,000 polys, you have no control. You're going to get 3 subdivision levels, and that's not enough to be able to take advantage of the uses of, there are things like if you want to join everything together, Dynamesh it. That's, if you want to join everything together, but you don't want everything to homogenize. So let's say you have a ball that's 40 polys and you have this model that's 4 million polys, but you want the ball to be right here and you're not going to sculpt on it, right? It's at the end. Remesh by union is great, right? Because it sort of booleans it all together, but this can have 400 million polys and this can have 20 polys. And then when you decimate it, it'll retain the shapes, but you didn't, you can get away with having those primitives be much simpler forms. And it's still, the decimation's still going to take the angles into consideration, not the surface count. But if you plan to sculpt, I don't understand why it's not used more. Well, it's just because, actually what's funny is sculpting in Dynamesh is the old way of doing things in some ways, because we didn't have the capacity to do what we can with geometry now. ZRemesh, it only came in like 4.6, 4.6, 4.7, something like that. I think. I mean, I was beta testing, so it's been within the last 4 years. 4 or 5 years, something like that. I don't know. Uh-oh. Deadpool's up there cussing. All right. I'm not going to wait for that. I don't even know what the hell it's doing. Dar! Con! Or would that be Pook? I love watching myself after I've done things. Oh, wait, I just did that. Yeah, you don't say. No. In that last crit session, some of those we had some good stuff in that crit session. Wow. All right, so here, all I'm going to do is his eyes, and then we're going to call him basically done. Cheese whiz. Oh, I have to make horns for him too. Okay, fine. I'll make horns and his eyes. Wow, I feel like I'm such a slacker. We're talking about quitting. It's only been 5 hours we've been streaming.
That's all right.
I've become such an underachiever now that you've joined me.
You know.
You're like, I have a life, douchebag. I have a wife who says, if you hang out with Tomas until 4 a.m. again, you're divorced.
She doesn't care. But I've got stuff to do.
She's like, I'm asleep. I don't care what you're doing. Stop that. Wow. You know what? How much RAM? You know what this could be?
16 gigs of RAM.
No, this could be absolutely nothing left on the hard drive. Oh no, we're not red.
It could be.
That can't be right. Wow. Okay. We have a whole 82 gigs left. See, this is why I can't have a 2 terabyte or 2 gigabyte, 200 gigabyte startup drive. Who's ever heard of anything that ridiculous?
2 terabytes.
That wasn't terabytes. That's 200 gigabytes.
Oh, on this one, yeah.
I mean, I breathe wrong. I fill that drive up.
Mm-hmm.
And especially a machine that lets me have 5 subtools of 60 million polys that doesn't even blink. Oh, yeah, no. That's trouble. Trouble.
What's your favorite project you've ever done?
Wow, that's tough.
Just say Abraham Lincoln.
Abraham Lincoln. Yeah. I got to do a piece of jewelry that I signed a non-disclosure on, and so I can't really tell you what it is. But I used some ancient jade. It was an ancient jade crown that we turned into something else. And that was probably one of the funner ones more recently, because I flew to China to talk to the Antiquities Board to make sure that, one, it wasn't stolen, right? You know, because it was a British thing. And so the Brits were notorious for taking things that weren't theirs. And, but it wasn't. It was a gift from China to this woman's great-grandfather or whatever. And that was really cool, because when you're touching something that's, you know, over 2,000 years old, and it's still just impeccable and it's beautiful. And jade's one of my, I have just a crazy fetish for jade. I think imperial jade is some of the coolest stuff on the planet. And, you know, jadeite is just neat stuff. It's just a really cool material. And old imperial jade looks like cheap plastic. It's awesome. It's perfectly clear, and it's electric green, and it's just weird, and it just looks cheap as dirt. And it's this, I mean, I can't even, well, I know the pieces that I used in the crown were estimated by China, and not the whole crown, just the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, the 9 pieces that I used were for insurance evaluated at, I think it was like $38 million. And going there and scanning all the pieces. So I had, and they were like, oh, are you going to set up? Like, there's not a chance ever that I'm going to set. I don't ever want to touch these pieces again. You're going to take that to a jeweler. And they took it to one of the royal jewelers of England. And you're going to have them do that, because I feel, yeah, no, I'm not taking a metal tool anywhere near this stuff. But there really is something incredible about holding something that an artisan made that long ago. And you're looking at these really intricate, beautiful and jade's not soft. You know, it's not an easy thing to carve. And these intricately carved little pieces, and there's something magic about that. You know, dealing with things that are ancient or crazy, it's just super cool. I think that was a cool, because like I said, having to fly to China and talk to them about the piece, and then learn the history of the piece, and, you know, they know the guy who sculpted it. You know, think about that. You know, there's actually something with this guy's name on it that predates, you know, Western history in the sense of Christ and all of that. You know, I mean, it's like, I think it was like 2,600 years old or something like that. And it's just like, you know, people, like, I get people talk about, oh, you know, oh, you're going to have children, or you're going to have family. And it's like, well, no, my art, you know, my work is my legacy, you know. And as an artist, you realize that, you know, this was an important sculpt, right? It was a crown. It was, you know, a status symbol at the time. But you realize that, like, you know, think about, like, the, what is it? I'm going to say Wollendorf. I think it's the Wollendorf Venus. And, you know, it's the little fertility symbol. And, you know, some dude with a wad of clay sat there and made, like, this little fertility symbol. And that's now, you know, one of the oldest figurative objects on the planet. You know, you just never know what's going to, like, make it. You know, and that's where bronze is so cool. Bronze lasts forever. You know, it doesn't really rot. It's some pretty rad stuff. And this is what we know about these cultures, is their sculpture, you know, because very few of the old cultures have painting. You know, I mean, the cave paintings, obviously. But, you know, we have far more sculptural objects. And even going, like, I don't know if you've ever, like, there's a really good documentary on the history of spearheads and, like, the Clovis people and how they defined that hunter-gatherer by how they sculpted or how they napped the spearheads, and how these spearheads really were the apex of technology of the time, and like the shapes and how some were so thin it would pull out with the spear and it wouldn't stay in, and how the clovis was designed to cut the rope and come off and stay in, but then how it was shaped, it would cause more bleeding. And, you know, through trial and error, sitting there and napping stone, and this is like the apex of engineering and creativity of the time. And, you know, it really is. I was lucky enough to be able to go to some of the cave painting caves in France before they were all closed up, and you realize how old this stuff is. You go to, you know, some of the Indian petroglyphs in our country. You know, some of these things are so insanely old, and you can see the mind, you know, the human mind actually functioning in these things, and you can see the evolution of the development of these objects, and it's just something that fills me with such awe and joy, you know, because people, you know, they're like, oh, cavemen. Well, you know, in all reality, the human brain's been roughly the same for what, 12, 14,000 years, something like that. And yeah, they had the exact same capacity as we do. They just, you know, no one was thinking about airplanes. They were thinking about how can I kill that mammoth better, you know. It's like, and how human ingenuity goes to solve specific problems of their time. And it's just this weird thing. Like when I was a kid, I was lucky enough to go into the pyramids, and like even as I was a kid, looking at the pyramid that goes, or the chamber that goes into the king's chamber, it's obviously a machine. You know, it's obviously a machine. You see scratch marks on the wall. There are these weird peg holes. You can tell that something moved back and forth in them. And you're just like, we have no damn clue what that thing did. No idea. I mean, there's some concepts, but no clue. None. No idea. You know, and I just love that, like, we come to, you know, we have to say that aliens did things when we don't understand them because we're obviously so smart. You know, and it's just, I don't know. I think that being able to touch those objects that were created, like Scythian gold. I don't know if you've ever seen the Scythian gold. They made that with like a vat of camel fat, and they're blowing torches into it. And, you know, it's some guy with a rock and a piece of metal and a torch, and they make some of these most exquisitely beautiful things. It's just, it's insanely compelling. I love it. And so I think that being able to fiddle futz and wrap my ideas around something that was, you know, 2,600 years old is pretty awesome. Well, you know, it's cool. Yeah, I think that's probably one of my most enjoyable recent projects. Well, it wasn't that recent. It was a while. His face is boring. That's the whole point. He's in a state of Baphometism. Wow. We really did lose a lot of sculpting on this face, didn't we? Look, none of this stuff is in there.
That's what happens.
Yeah, I'm not too stressed about it.
You turn off autosave.
Well, I just can't autosave because I don't have enough room. I mean, I guess I could autosave to that external, but it just gets so frustrating when I have to do it every time. I just, it's like, whatever. This keeps me on my toes, right? I feel on my toes. I'm pretty sure that's it. Toesies. That's way too strong. Do you see that? I tried to play that off. I was about to just keep sculpting. No. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, I think that contemporary society has lost a lot of the value in art. Sadly. Hmm.
Cena has a question. How do you sculpt a model like clay?
Well,
I assume to look like it was made of clay.
oh, I was like, well, kind of like this. I would say the best way that I found is, oh, when did they change my name? When did that happen?
Daisuke did it.
Oh, okay. I was going to be really clever and say you should go buy my brushes, but Pablo has a really beautiful set of brushes that are designed. I don't think they're on this machine, are they? No. What, ZBrush guides? He really spent some time and made these clay brushes, and they're great. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. Or not. Come on.
It'll get there. Pablo's site takes a little bit.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay. We'll come back to that in a second. But
the digital clay pack, right?
Yeah. And they're great. They're really good brushes. And he has a little tutorial on sort of how to use them. And he has some great tutorials. One day I think we're still going to have to take that non-photorealistic rendering tutorial.
Yeah, I have it. I haven't found the time to go through it yet, but I have it.
Oh, cool. Because I tell you, that is just a swag generating machine right there. Just think of how many great Boop t-shirts we can make with that.
Whole bunch. I'm more interested in a Abraham Lincoln, but you know.
Well, without a doubt, we'll have to make Abraham Lincoln t-shirts too. Oh my God, I can't wait to make t-shirts. That is going to be so funny. We're definitely doing beer steins. I can't believe how much excitement beer steins. People were pretty stoked about that.
No, just two people and you.
No. I'm pretty sure there was a unanimous decision about beer steins. I felt it. There was a wave. It was happening. There was a wave of support for
it. From two people and you, yep.
No, it was a much bigger wave than that. It was a tsunami. Not quite a tsunami, but a tsunami. I'm pretty sure. I think there was a lot of excitement about that.
Yeah, I mean, all three of you were very excited.
No. Come on, chat. Everybody wants a T.S. Wittelsbach weirdo design beer stein, don't you? I mean, isn't that something that everybody in the world wants? I mean, think about this on a beer stein. That would be great. All right. Let's see. And then I need some horns. His feet.
Just looking at his little feet. Yeah, just move him down
Right
lower
where
on the screen, and then you can take your screenshot.
Oh my god, that is too funny for words. No, we have to put slippers on him or something. Well, I guess I could make him sitting on his knees. Yeah, forget it. I'm not worried about it. W. Here you go. He has a present in his lap.
There you go.
Right? I think that might be an answer. We could put tree limbs up there so no one notices. Mm-hmm. 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 Where are you? Oh. I'm totally doing the wrong thing. Move infinite X, Y, Z. It could be clever here, but I don't feel very clever. As I say, I could do it fairly flat and then twist it.
You could just use that wild twisty brush.
Yeah. The wild twisty brush doesn't quite... I don't know how to use it well enough to make a good showing. I'll just make myself look silly. Where this just shows my sculpting acumen at its finest, right? Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. Look at that, awesome. Boop. Like, that's a different color, that's wrong. It's kind of the right shape, right? Let's do this. No, don't be silly. Just divide it, you dork.
Yeah, dork.
Oh, yeah. Kind of forgot that. We'll taper it here. Yep. Can't taper it there until we do that. Mm-hmm. Too much. Well, not really. Boom. Now, I wonder if we can get away with this. Let's see if this works. I don't think this is going to work, but we can give it a shot. Not bad. You have to accept it and twist again. All right, I'm going to say that's good. Accept. Now, I want that edge, bevel. I'm going to load one of the edges. All right, divide, 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 divide. Divide. Clay tubes. Now let's do move first. Let's get this back into shape. So I think this is actually more like that. Haha. We're gonna have to make the ears a little shorter. Or the horns a lot bigger. Boop. Did you go to sleep?
Nope.
What are you working on? You're over
It's
there
in the morning.
doing, you're over there doing something.
Just staring.
Whenever you get quiet, you get me nervous. I'm like, uh-oh, what's he
Uh-oh.
thinking?
He's thinking we got 2 more minutes.
No, we got more than 2 minutes. Give me
2 more minutes.
5 minutes. 5.
5 minutes. You got 5 more minutes.
I just said delete. Ooh, locals turned on. Like, what was that about? Now we can turn local back on. All right, fine, whatever. And so now let us take move. I'm pretty sure he had cloven feet, right? Wasn't that what we saw?
That's what you said. I'm not sure that's what we saw, but
I'm pretty sure that's, that he had
I
cloven
think
feet.
that's the solution.
Right? Cloven bunny feet? I'm pretty sure that's where we were going with that.
Cloven bunny feet. Yep.
Right? Sad is I'm actually pretty good at sculpting hands and feet. You would just never know it.
I don't have a ton of evidence to support your
I know, that's what's really tragic. Is that I was actually pretty darn good at hands and feet. But I got this cloven stuff down pat. Absolutely absurd. Right? Pretty sure that's it.
Perfect.
I'm going to have to give him the clove. Thus cloven. Right? Absurdity. What's sad is When I pulled that nose down, it actually made him look more like a cat than a bunny rabbit. Somewhere along there, I lost the rabbit head. Oh well. Close enough. It's a labbit. Right?
Yeah. Looks
A
pretty
lot.
good.
Yeah, where's this tree? Can't forget this tree. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You can do it. Mm-hmm. Come on, you. Change. There we go. Mm-hmm. Hide you for a second. Oof. Too big. Dynamesh. Off camera. That's not you. No, it is you. Hold on. Higher res. No. I've gone over my 5 minutes, haven't I?
Yes, you have.
Shh, 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 shh. No, it's still 5 minutes. That way it's not perfectly symmetrical. All right, so now... Oh, I don't have my materials. Let's see what we can... There's like I think it's called Gorilla Black. There's a really good like black material that has like wider highlights. It's something like a Matcap Gorilla, is that it? That's what we're gonna run with. Okay, so we're gonna take you. No. You. How do I do this? I fill object color. Fill object. And then they come back in. Okay, that object's filled. Can I change materials? See, I even forget how to paint multiple things. Oh well.
Yeah, change subtool, pick a different material, and fill.
Change subtool. Pick a different material. See, I don't think you could. I think you can change the color. I think you have to include. No.
I do it all the time.
No, you use the same material.
No.
Okay.
No, because I use a pearl material on my stones and I carve
so here's color.
in blue.
I have to go to material, right? I have to fill object with material. Matcap.
But you still have the horns selected.
Okay.
You want the horns to be this brown.
No. Okay, here's that. We got you. Actually, I wish I had something that was higher contrast. What the hell? See, I don't... that's pretty dramatic. How absolutely frustrating.
And you might need to have mRGB selected.
Yeah, that's... I'm missing something, that's for sure. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. See, I don't have any of my good materials. Oh well. Fine. It's black and white. Now see, maybe this is where occlusion could help. Paint. Color. Fill object. Yeah, I don't have enough time to paint this guy. Close enough spit on?
Looks great to me.
I guess we just leave it like that. They can take a screen cap from that. Belly buttons all over there. Okay. All right, wasn't that exciting? That was absurd.
I think it came out great. I think he's adorable.
Hold on. Do we need to do this? Do we need to label him so they know what he is?
Pooka.
Hello. That's not cap lock. What the hell? All right. Enter. Uh-oh. How do I get... There we go. So now let's find a good font. I wish I knew my fonts better. Don't we have something gothic? Hold on.
There's probably one called Gothic.
I have all these big flat. You could tell what I was doing the last, like, class rings and stuff. Use all these like big flat. You know what I mean? My font selection is very obvious. I really need to open up my Adobe font library and actually get some good fonts. Actually, that should get slightly better reflection. Close enough spit on. I need to divide that. Ooh, that's even better. Oh, wonk. All right. Okay, that's actually crap. Shh. No, can't do it. That's poo. Don't have the font I want.
Yeah, it's not looking great.
It's poo. Poo. Don't have the materials I want. All right, whatever. There you go. It's a polka.
Polka.
Polka dot. I was going to say, no, I said it quicker than I did it. I was going to go What's that? Oh, that's too big. What's that? It's a polka dot. Okay, not funny. I'm very underwhelmed by the material.
Save your file.
Save?
Save.
I love that. No one knows what the pose is. Thank God. That's beautiful. How can I get SK trim to be more square? Use a square alpha, and if that's not enough, change your fall. They don't call it focal shift. Moto has me calling it fall off, and it's just in my brain as fall off. So SK trim, come in, choose a square, right, and it should do a square. And if you want it to be sharper, change the focal shift to 0 and see how it gives you sharp edges. Is that what you're looking for? Sha. Well, that should do it. I mean, right? Because, you know, this is roughly where it is, and it doesn't have an alpha. Let's go back here where we can see. Cut in, and you can see it's sort of soft there. Take your focal shift, kick it all the way up, bring a square, and see if you have really sharp edges. But you got to remember, SK Trim Polish isn't a cutting tool, it's a polishing tool, so. Jaja. Poop. It'll reset. Okay. All right, kind and gentle folk. I believe that is my puka. It's not a great puka. You all kept distracting me with questions.
I think it's great.
I'm going to blame you guys. It's actually it's a puka fet. All right, well, there it is. We saved it. It's good. Let me go to OBS. Thanks, ZBrush, for letting me stream. Thank you guys for hanging out. Join us at ZBrush Jewelry Workshop and look at that. Yeah, I always suck at this one.
Yep. Next Monday will be another crit session.
Yeah, next
Submit
Monday's
your files. We do the crits in the order the files are received. So if you want your crit done early,
Get
8
it in
p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Yep. Submit early.
And of course, if you need your crit done at a specific time, just give us some information and we'll try to fit you in. Don't think that it's
Send it along
we're
with the
not
text
really
file that says 10
super
p.m.
rigid about it, but yeah. And
Feel free to join us on Discord.
oh yeah, Discord. Discord's a good one. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Pixologic, for letting us do it. Once again, it's always look at all the other exciting stream. I mean, we have really great streamers now. We keep adding more and more. So keep our eyes open. There's a lot of stuff going on. Blah, blah, words, blah, words, words, blah, words. Blah,
Have
blah,
a good night.
Blah, words. All right. Now I just need to find OBS and turn this bad boy off.
Stop.
How do I turn this off? All right. Thank you, guys. See you next week. Or sooner on Discord.
Bye.